I will. So with your permission, can we start, sir? Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us here. We have gathered in this India Pavilion today for the first session of the side events today in the India Pavilion on understanding the concept of life. A global call that was given by Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi, during the COP26 last year. Subsequently, the mission Life has been launched last month, and we are honored to have among us Honorable Minister of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Shri Bhupendra Yadavji, Ms. Inger Anderson, ED, UNEP, Ms. Usha Rao Monari, Associate Administrator, UNDP, Mr. Oves Sarmat, Deputy Executive Secretary, UNF Triple C, Lord Nicholas Stern, IG Patel, Chair of Economics, London School of Economics, Mr. Parmeshwaran Iyer, CEO of Niti Aayog, who is joining us virtually, and Mr. Arunabh Ghosh, CEO of CEW, for this session today. Excellencies, Mission Life has a simple but very strong message, and therefore we have dedicated the theme of our pavilion as life, and are also organizing various events today related to conveying the experience and messages on life. To kickstart the event, may I request Ms. Richa Sharma, Additional Secretary in the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change of India, to kindly deliver her welcome speech.
Thank you. Honorable Minister for Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Labour and Employment, Government of India, Mr. Parmeshwaran Iyer, CEO of Niti Aayog, who's joining us virtually, Mr. Oves Sarmat, Deputy Executive Secretary of the UNF Triple C, Ms. Inger Anderson, Executive Director of the UNEP, Ms. Usha Rao Monari, Associate Administrator of the UNDP, members of the media, officials from UN agencies, members of think tanks from India, young COP scholars, members of the Yango constituency, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure to welcome all of you to this day, which is dedicated at the India Pavilion for amplifying the message of lifestyles for environment. Mission Life was launched by the Honorable Prime Minister on 20th of October in the presence of the UN Secretary General, His Excellency Mr. Antonio Guterres. At COP26 last year, Honorable Prime Minister had shared with the world his vision for a global mass movement for promoting sustainable lifestyles. India has also launched a Life Global Call for ideas and papers. Top 75 ideas will be presented at the Life Global Conference that will be held in India in June 2023. Details of this can be found in the India Pavilion. I invite all of you to join Mission Life. With these words of welcome, I invite Mr. Nilesh Kumar Sah to take forward the program.
Thank you, ma'am, and thank you for welcoming everyone to join the Mission Life. This is what we are here for. Niti Aayog of India, that is the National Institution for Transforming India, has steered the work related to life in India and globally as well. It is my pleasure to invite Mr. Parmeshwaran Iyer, CEO of Niti Aayog, to deliver the opening remarks. Mr. Iyer is joining us virtually. Sir, over to you.
Thanks very much, and good morning to all of you in Sharm el-Sheikh. It's great to join you from New Delhi. Honorable Minister and many colleagues and good friends, hello Inger and Usha and Mr. Seal. It's great to be here with you and this virtual audience from around the world and talk a little bit about the Lifestyle for the Environment Life program, which is being led by Prime Minister Modi in India, and as with the minister being there in Egypt, I'm sure you've got the complete picture on life, but just a few words from us here in Niti Aayog. We work very closely with the Ministry of Forest, Environment and Climate Change on this particular program, which, as was mentioned, was launched by Prime Minister Modi along with the Secretary General of the UN on the 20th of October in India. A few words about the background of this program, which all of you have heard about. In this, again, lots of studies, particularly from UNEP, have shown that individuals and communities can actually make a difference on the ground in terms of reducing emissions and, of course, improving the environment. And therefore, it's key that, and in the research study itself has shown that if only 1/8 of people worldwide adopt pro-climate behaviors, carbon emissions can be reduced by 20%. This is the UNEP study. And lifestyle changes alone could help the planet in slashing reductions big time in GHG emissions by 2050. So there is the science and the evidence on this. But more importantly, Prime Minister Modi at COP26 in Glasgow, he introduced the concept of life along with the Panchamrit, which are India's climate commitments. In fact, life is now a part of India's NDCs. And again, the specific call to action by the Prime Minister was to adopt a lifestyle of mindful and deliberate utilization instead of mindless and destructive consumption. And he termed this as lifestyle for environment, or LIFE, life. So this is happening all over the world already. So it's not new. In many parts of the world, people are practicing climate and environment-friendly actions on their own and as communities. But perhaps life is the first time that there's a focused attempt at scale, countrywide in India, and the idea is to take this globally, to make every human being aware of these practices and their far-reaching impact, and to actually get them to adopt action while the world and all of you are debating climate-related policies and actions at COP27. How do we sort of walk the talk on climate? And therefore, life is envisioned as an India-led global mass movement that will nudge individuals and groups to protect and preserve the environment. And so everyone can contribute, and it emboldens the spirit of what Prime Minister Modi calls how do we become pro-planet people with basic principles of lifestyle for the planet, of the planet, and by the planet. So this was launched on 20th October at the world's tallest statue, the Statue of Unity in India, along with the Secretary General of the UN. And it was very encouraging to get strong messages of support for life from heads of state and the prime ministers of Argentina, Estonia, France, Georgia, Guyana, Madagascar, the Maldives, Mauritius, Nepal, and the UK, who all provided very strong messages of video messages to this movement. So now in India, these have been, to be specific to the program in India, which the Ministry of Environment is now leading, there are 75 actions, specific actions to be taken by individuals under 7 broad buckets: energy, water, food, healthy lifestyles, waste management, single-use plastic, and electronic waste. So these actions are relatable across India and global populations. Important to stress that they cause no negative impact on economic activity, and in fact can stimulate growth and jobs. And so therefore these actions can be taken up by individuals, society, communities across the world. And they, of course, will need to be adapted to local environments. And therefore, in India, we have set an ambitious goal of having 1 billion people adopt these environment-friendly actions over a period of 5 years. So therefore, again, nudging individuals for a habit of think, understand, and recognize before using a resource, it will naturally have a positive impact on SDG 12, that is responsible production and consumption. And therefore, I would also like to take this opportunity in concluding to invite all of you and your organizations to participate in the LIFE's global call for ideas and papers, which was put out on June 5th. And this call invites scientific, innovative, and measurable solutions for climate action. the Government of India will be funding pilot studies of the best 5 ideas, and we plan to release a compendium of 75 or more such ideas and actions for the benefit of all. Today, on this occasion, we would like to encourage the international community and every global citizen to visit the Niti Aayog website on Life to know about Mission Life and how can all of you and all of us take this movement forward to make a more livable future for our coming generations. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be part of today's discussion.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for your message, for the movement to be taken forward, the message of pro-planet people, and the message of nudging. As part of the nudging exercise, we have a very small token that we have in form of a badge of life. We would like our dignitaries on the dais to be felicitated with. May I request Ms. Pooja to kindly... Yeah. The badge has a magnet behind, so it could be put with the help of the magnet. Just after the event, we'll be distributing the badges to all the participants here as well. Thank you. Our actions to fight climate change matter, no matter how small. Mission Life also plans to leverage the strength of social networks to influence social norms surrounding climate change. Development institutions like the UNDP, UNEP, and also the UN in India, they play a very, very major role in taking forward the message of life. It is a matter of satisfaction, honor, and pride as well that in the very first year of the call given by Honorable Prime Minister, UNEP has decided to extend its support to the Mission Life. I invite Ms. Sophie Laurent, Communication Officer from UNEP, to take us through the gaming initiative on sustainable lifestyle challenges created by the UNEP and the UN System of Staff College. Ms. Sophie Laurent.
So, ladies and gentlemen, many thanks for the invitation to present my Sustainable Living Challenge that we are developing together with the United Nations System Staff College. So, as we heard a little bit earlier, new evidence shows us that we need to shift to more sustainable living to address the triple planetary crisis of pollution, biodiversity loss, and climate. 2/3 of the GHG emissions are directly associated with households and our lifestyles. And I'm going to give you one simple example. Our food choice alone relate to 80% of biodiversity loss. So we need to act fast and we need to act on our lifestyles. They are made up of decisions around food, housing, transport, consumer goods, and leisure. And we need systemic change across all these sectors. We need also governments and businesses to set up enabling framework to make sustainable living the default option. Next slide, please. Unfortunately, there are conflicting messages that makes it look sometimes a little bit complicated or that make something that we will not able to reach and are only available for a few. But as you can see from the slide here, that all countries need to change their lifestyles. So once I'm saying that, so how we're going to reach now the 2 to 3 billion of young urban consumers, which are about to enter the market with purchase power. And so we were like thinking at UNEP, how can we do that differently? Like, how can we find like new ways to reach and engage this important audience? So we thought like, okay, let's try gamification, because gamification is one way to make learning like fun and also motivated, that can motivate change. So I'm gonna, next slide, please. I'm gonna briefly present the Sustainable Living Challenge. So as I was saying earlier, it's an online gamified learning platform that promotes learning and behavior change through action. So it kind of helps you take the journey in an immersive environment where you can learn about sustainability, system change, and the impact of your lifestyle in how you eat, live, move, and have fun. So there will be weekly activities nudge to put your learning into practice. And you will also be able to share your expertise, ideas with your peers to amplify everyone's collective learning. And so the game feeds into the youth empowerment component of the UNEP Go for SDGs initiative, which accelerate progress to meet the 2030 agenda, and especially for SDG 12. It also contributes to the One Planet Network and its Live Life Better campaign. So I can tell you how excited here we are at UNEP to be cooperating closely with India and the LIFE initiative through this game. Next slide, please. So I'm going to try to explain you how the games work, but I think it would be better that you try the games once we launch it. It's, as I said, it's a global online platform. It's in English, and participants play around 6 challenges. So they correspond to each of the sectors that I mentioned earlier. And in each challenges, there's information that you can gather about the subject, and that are also activities that are curated, that are fun, and that you'll be able to share. So every question that you'll get through the game will help you grow your tree. So we refer it as the Trimagotchi. I don't know if people remember the Tamagotchi, but that's the idea a little bit behind, is that you have this toy that you need to nurture to keep it live. So every week you'll be able to compete against each other for points and participants, just to motivate around this idea of a challenge. And people will be able to get recognition for their action and help the environment, of course. And participants will be also able to share the progress with their teammates, push for a more sustainable community, and also use social media to share what they have learned and also the progress that they are making. As well, I just wanted to say that the Trimagotchi is a way to nurture intention to change. So we think it's a good image. Next slide, please. And so LIFE plans to leverage the strength of a social network to influence social norms around climate. So my Sustainable Living Challenge games offer evidence-based baseline that make the LIFE action as impactful as possible. So that's the idea behind the slide. And if we can go to the last slide, please. So how people can get involved. So as I was saying, we are just testing the platform, but it will be soon launched in 2023. There will be a global rollout. And there will be also the possibility for targeted version for specific context and availability in more language than just English. So who can join? As I said, the game targets primarily the youth. So we are hoping to directly target schools, university, youth movements, and activists as well. And we will be working with NGO network of teachers, including through UNESCO, and facilitator that can apply its content to their own activities. Thank you.
Thank you, Sophie. This is one of the very good examples of how to nudge people towards a sustainable lifestyle. Thank you, Sophie, for that. And thank you, UNEP, for supporting the LIFE movement. We have the next item also related to the UN Global Strategy for Sustainable Consumption and Production, which has already been developed by UNEP. A presentation on that will be made by Ms. Sophie Lauren. And also, she'll be talking about the campaign on Live Life Better. Sophie.
So, unfortunately, our co-chair from Argentina was supposed to come today, so I will be delivering his speech on his behalf. I wanted to extend a warm thank you to the organizer for welcoming me here today and to all of those attending this event. I'm sincerely looking forward to further discuss an initiative that has put sustainable lifestyle in the spotlight for the upcoming G20 presidency and has the inspiring goal to tap into climate-friendly social norms, beliefs, and daily household practices of different cultures worldwide to drive its campaign. So the 10 YFP is implemented by a global community of practitioners, policymakers, and experts, including governments, businesses, civil society, academia, and international organizations, also known as the One Planet Network. Collectively, the One Planet Network holds enormous experience and expertise in sustainable consumption and production and houses a global knowledge repository of projects, policies, and tools. Today, I wish you to bring your attention to a key milestone for the United Nations and international community. On the last 19th of October, just a few weeks ago, the 10 YFP board, together with member states and stakeholders, adopted the new global strategy for sustainable consumption and production developed by the Secretariat of the One Planet Network. The global strategy for the sustainable consumption and production provides several entry points to support the aim of the G20 presidency, recognize sustainable lifestyles and education as a core enabler for change. This shared version has been shaped also with the support from several G20 members who are part of the board of the 10 YFP and have been active in the development of the strategy. In practice, to deliver on global sustainability ambition while leaving no one behind, this strategy has put forward 4 priority actions. First, further position sustainable consumption and production as an essential requirement and means to achieve global commitment for sustainable development, climate, biodiversity, and pollution. Second, enable change through circularity, transformative multi-stakeholder and public-private partnership, tool and solution across high-impact sector. Third, empower countries, in particular developing countries and stakeholders, for mainstreaming and implementing sustainable consumption and production patterns, leveraging the UN Development System. Fourth, key action in the new global strategy is to inspire and foster a global movement for sustainable consumption and production based on coherent science-based narrative. The objective is to build public support and secure, monitor concrete commitment for action, engage government, the private sector, workers, youth, indigenous people, civil society, and the United Nations in a common effort to drive that change. Starting with new presidency of G20 next month, we must leverage the strong alignment between LIFE and the global strategy, so they align their call to action, collaborate on common goals, and mutually reinforce each other. To this end, the One Planet Network is developing a joint campaign called Live Life Better, designed to encourage change in thinking about sustainable behavior, act on them, and inspire similar behaviors in other and systemic and individual levels. Among others, the campaign will build its focus area around the working program of the One Planet Network. It includes consumer information, tourism, lifestyle, and education. Together, this joint campaign is aiming to reach 100 million individuals with 100,000 actively engaged in the movement and expand its network to 2,000 organizational members, 50 member states, and 500 global influencers. Because it's through concrete, everyday, sustainable, and climate-friendly action, they can create a better life for themselves and more opportunities in the communities around them. Through daily life and sustainable action, they can inspire action and get info on the habit of living sustainably and daily. Because we get only one life and one planet, we have to live it sustainably by default. Thank you.
Thanks, Sophie, for the powerful messages and also sharing with us the strategy, the UN Global Strategy for Sustainable Consumption and Production. I'm sure that all of us, when we come together with our all small bits, we are going to make the world a better place as far as the climate change is concerned. To take this event forward, we have a small video on understanding life. May I request our IT team to run the video?
Each year, humanity consumes resources equal to that of 1.6 Earths. Globally, our households are linked to 2/3 of the total global greenhouse gas emissions. Human activity is the cause of the climate catastrophe. and humans are the solution. This is possible. But we need all hands on deck to give our planet a fighting chance. Our planet, our home, is a place of hope, of resilience, of solidarity, of people and communities living in harmony with nature. Last year, Prime Minister Narendra Modi gave life to an inspired idea. Lifestyle for Environment, or LIFE, which reminds people that climate action starts with each one of us, that small efforts can have a huge impact, and that simple, sustainable, and climate-conscious lifestyles can heal Mother Earth. The Lifestyle for Environment movement aims to transform at least 1 billion people in India and the world to become pro-planet people, to protect and conserve our environment. India, the 5th largest economy, on track to have the 4th highest GDP by 2027, worships nature in all its forms. With traditions that are steeped in ancient knowledge of the land and sustainability built into our lifestyles, India's call for people-led climate action resonates with all. The LIFE movement has given life to global climate solidarity, and we have stories of individual and community-led climate action pouring in from across the globe. Everyone can help limit climate change with the choices we make. From the way we travel, to the electricity we use, the food we eat, the things we buy, we can make a difference. Using cloth bags while shopping can save up to 375 million tons of solid waste from entering our landfill. Switching off your car at traffic signals can save up to 22.5 billion kilowatt-hour of energy. Setting one AC at a constant temperature of 25 degrees Celsius can save 500 kilograms of emissions per year. And installing water-efficient taps and showers can reduce water consumption by 30 to 40%. The world is one family, and we have only one home. Together, people and governments can and must resolve to fight this climate crisis. The answer lies with us, in the smallest of decisions that we take every day and the policies that support our actions. Let's make the right choices to waste less, save more, ditch plastic, switch to greener alternatives, support sustainable products, recycle, reuse, and reset. Be the change you want to see in the world. This one word, in the context of climate, can become the basic foundation of one world. This is a word, life. L-I-F-E. Lifestyle for Environment.
मिशन लाइफ का मंत्र है लाइफस्टाइल फॉर एनवायरनमेंट। पृथ्वी पर रहने वाले प्रत्येक व्यक्ति को व्यक्तिगत प्रयासों की कामना के साथ ही आज ये मिशन लाइफ का ये विजन दुनिया के सामने रख रहा हूं। मिशन लाइफ इस धरती की सुरक्षा के लिए जन जन की शक्तियों को जोड़ता है, उनका बेहतर इस्तेमाल करना सिखाता है।
As the video said, the answer lies with us. To ideate on the theory of behavior change, to nudge people towards sustainable lifestyle practices, and to share possible examples of sustainable lifestyle, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change of India, in association with the UNDP, has come out with a compendium, Prayas se Prabhav Tak, to translate in English, from effort to effect. May I request Mr. Parth Joshi from UNDP India to make a presentation, short presentation on the compendium.
Thank you, sir. Excellencies, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, the first 9 months of 2022 have seen 29 multi-billion-dollar extreme weather events. From 1980 to 2021, the average annual number of weather disasters causing damage in excess of $1 billion was 7.7. If you look at the last 5 years, this jumps up to a whopping 17.8. Climate change is the biggest crisis we face today. It is also the biggest opportunity to change the way we develop. We have started to seize these opportunities with the Paris Agreement, COP26 in Glasgow, and the post-COVID green recovery narrative. But we need more from us as individuals, communities, and societies. The climate crisis is not just an emissions problem. It is also a perception problem. As individuals and societies, we are more often than not detached from climate change, failing to attribute our own actions as a contributor, and thinking of it as something that governments or businesses or other large institutions must tackle. This is not right. The way we travel, work, eat, the clothes we wear, the electronic gadgets we use, every small habit of ours has an impact upon the climate. Individuals and societies around the world are over-consuming or wasting resources like food, water, and fuel, even as billions fight poverty and inequality because of lack of these resources. And this is where behavior change matters. Excessive consumption diverts resources and capital from socially more productive and beneficial tasks to meet rising demands. Consider the law of diminishing marginal utility. After a point, increase in consumption does not lead to an increase in the level of fulfillment. In fact, it starts to decline. Just enough is the threshold after which, even if consumption is not increased, fulfillment can increase through various non-materialistic gains, such as happiness, generosity, mindfulness, self-reliance, social engagement, and gratefulness. Long-term sustained behavior change from a consumerist lifestyle towards a simpler one with mindful consumption is a long drawn and complex process because many of our unsustainable habits have become routine. This is where a thoughtful design of choice architecture can nudge consumer decision making towards desirable behaviors without limiting the freedom of the individual to make a choice. We live in a world of information overload and ever increasing options. But how a choice is framed tends to influence consumer behavior. With limited time and an increasing number of alternatives, individuals are likely to pick the default option given to them. And by setting the right defaults, we can promote better choices. In the recent past, several successful Indian schemes have employed insights from behavioral science. The Swachh Bharat mission is a good case study to understand how nudge factors, along with policy, infrastructure, and communication, can bring about behavior change. Launched in 2014 to achieve universal sanitation coverage, it was one of the first policies focusing on behavior change. While there was the material incentive of building free toilets, ensuring that they are also used was a challenge. This is where the principles of behavior change were applied. Local ambassadors of change were engaged in every village to create a sense of solidarity around the initiative, since people tend to adhere to and emulate someone they know or admire. Participatory rural appraisal brought individuals together as a community to address the issue of sanitation collectively. For people who did not work with the collective or those who resisted, it served as a failure bias and elicited the fear of attracting the scorn of the community. By attaching a sense of disgust to open defecation, it appealed to the emotions of the people, thus moving them to change. By empowering girls and women, the mission has been instrumental in improving the literacy rates and consequently discouraging early marriage of girls. This demonstrates how integrated actions can be taken which are good for the environment, good for human health, and empower vulnerable and marginalized sections of the community. The publication to be launched here shortly today has 3 components. It lists key sectors like transport, food, fashion, water, and waste, among others, where individual choices and actions can make a huge difference, and highlights some notable case studies from India where people, communities, and governments have demonstrated climate action. It summarizes the science behind behavior change and key behavior change models that can be implemented to nudge people towards positive lifestyle changes. Finally, it proposes a life framework combining the different forces that need to act together to bring about change in our modern lifestyles. The publication aims to spark new academic discourses on behavioral science for climate action and expand the existing ones, deriving learnings from our traditional knowledge systems and combining them with modern science and innovative policy mechanisms. Climate change was caused by billions of people making lifestyle choices that were harmful to the planet. It may seem like an overwhelming problem now, but billions of people making equitable, pro-planet lifestyle choices supported by technology, policy, and regulation can lead us back to where we were, living in harmony with nature. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the change Mission Life aims to bring about. Thank you.
Thank you, Parth. Now we'll be releasing this compendium booklet, From Effort to Effect. We have named it Prayas se Prabhav Tak. May I request the dignitaries on the stage to kindly release the booklet. Thank you very much, sirs. Thank you, madam. The compendium indeed is a rich collection of best practices and a good beginning point for the theory of behavioral change towards sustainable lifestyle and the theory of nudge to tackle climate change. Moving to the next section of our event today, I would request the dignitaries along with us to share their thoughts. And I would like to start with Mr. Arunabha Ghosh, who is the CEO of CEW, to share his thoughts. Mr. Arunabha Ghosh.
Good morning, Honorable Minister, Ms. Inga Anderson, Mr. Oves Sarma, Ms. Usha Rao Manari, Ms. Richa Sharma ji, and esteemed guests here. I'm Arunabha Ghosh. I'm the CEO of the Council on Energy, Environment and Water. CEW has been privileged to work very closely with Niti Aayog and with MOFCC in developing the analytical framework and the basic concept of Mission Life. I want to just reflect on a story in my presentation here. Exactly 10 years ago, in October 2012, I was going across rural India trying to look at how communities were adopting clean energy. You have to recall that clean energy was very expensive at that time. A single solar panel cost about $400. I came across a poor farmer in Karnataka, and he had installed solar panels on his thatched roof on top of his hut. And I asked him, why had he made that decision? And he said, look, I am consuming maybe about 1.5 to 2 units of electricity a day. Therefore, about 60 units of electricity a month. If I can make my electricity clean, that's 60 units of clean electricity that I'm contributing to my country. This is a story from 10 years ago. The whole point about Mission Life is that individual action using the theory of nudge need not only rely on the richest, it is a mission for all. Whether we look at the use of LED light bulbs, whether we look at the giving up of cooking fuel subsidies, a campaign that Honorable Prime Minister launched several years ago, asking the rich amongst us to give up their subsidies so that money could flow to poorer households, or whether we look at the rollout of renewables today. At that time, we had less than 2,000 megawatts of renewables, of solar. Today, we have about 60,000 megawatts of solar, 165,000 megawatts of non-fossil electricity capacity. And India will be the first major economy that will build more renewables in this decade than its entire electricity system. This is how individual actions can scale up to a macroeconomic result. And therefore, my second point is that as we look at Mission Life, we have to look at its three major components. The nudging of behavior is where it starts. But the second and the third component, the enabling of markets and the supportive policy frameworks, are what will take this to scale. So think of how GDP is calculated. We look at consumption expenditure, we look at investment expenditure, we look at government expenditure, and we look at net exports. Of course, I realize I'm sitting in front of Professor Nick Stern, so I certainly should not be delivering an economics lecture here. Nevertheless, we can take this whole idea of Mission Life and see how are we changing consumption expenditure towards creating more demand for products that have lower resource footprint. How are we assessing every additional capital of investment that goes in to look at whether that is moving towards more sustainable investment? How are we looking at the power of government procurement? Whether it is in electricity, whether it's in clean vehicles, whether it is in steel, whether it is in LED light bulbs, to create a massive advanced market commitment for cleaner products. And of course, how are we reducing trade barriers and increasing trade and investment across our borders to have net exports which are also more consistent with the environment. My final point then is, as we're having this discussion in the middle of COP negotiations, I want to draw your attention to what Honorable Prime Minister said on 20th of October. So Mission Life does not look at which country is part of which negotiating coalition. It actually brings everybody together. And I think that becomes the core of climate action, which has been missing thus far. And I hope that this mission can take us to a very different trajectory of climate action. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ghosh. The powerful message that the Mission Life brings together everyone, it transcends borders. I would like to now invite Lord Nicholas Stern, who is IG Patel Professor of Economics and Government, Chairman of the Grantham Research Institute on Climate Change and the Environment, and Head of India Observatory at the London School of Economics. Lord Stern has been an advocate of life and also has followed the journey on sustainable lifestyles. He's a good friend of India. We really look forward to listening to your advice. Lord Stern, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Honourable Minister, for inviting me to join you. And it's a pleasure to see so many distinguished people on this platform and distinguished people, friends in the audience here. And thank you for that kind introduction. And I hope that the most important part of that was friend of India, where I've been working now for 50 years. I was privileged to be at the virtual launch of Life with Prime Minister Modi, and was very struck by the way in which he expressed the importance of behaving and thinking differently and in terms of our environment. It's about living better on less with less damage. And if you excuse me just for a moment, Arunabha set this up, switching into economics mode. If we get more from less, if we do less damage in what we do, that increases unambiguously productivity. Increasing productivity is growth. This is a fundamental part of the new growth story of the 21st century. If we think of how we do it, reducing waste right across the board has tremendous potential. We all know that 25, 30% or a third even of food is wasted across the world. Different countries find different ways of doing it, before or after harvest, you know, when it comes to market and so on. But wastefulness on food is enormous. We waste so much energy. In my own country, our homes are very badly insulated. We waste water everywhere. If you excuse me for using the analogy of Indian agriculture, where I've been working for the past 50 years. If your energy supply is intermittent, you might leave your electric pumping set on during the night in the hope that sometime during the night the electricity supply might come on. So it does come on, but you're not there. And what it does, it wastes the water, it goes on for a long time, and it washes off the topsoil. It's wasteful of water and topsoil. So there's so many ways across the board, country by country, where we can reduce waste. And we all know it's not just a matter of resource productivity, it's a matter of health too. The lifestyle that Prime Minister Modi is describing is much healthier than the current way we do things. Now, we haven't got time for many examples. You've seen many already. I try to offer the example of the pumping set. But there's so much creativity we can do. We can combine solar and crops in fields if we do it well. There's all sorts of creativity there. You know, system of root intensification for rice uses much less water. It doesn't flood the paddy fields. It doesn't release the methane, and it does less damage. That creativity is seen right across India, actually, and some extraordinary results on productivity in Nalanda district in Bihar, for example. Switching examples to what people can do in my own country and in other rich countries, our young people now will not get pensions related to their final salary. They will get pensions related to what they pay in. And then they choose where that is invested. So many more now of our young people are choosing technologies which are not destructive, and indeed which are the technologies of the 21st century, not the 19th, as destinations for their saving. So there's so many right across different kinds of activities, things that we can do. And actually our young people are being particularly creative in pursuing these opportunities. Business, working with government, can create the circular economy, can look at their supply chains. Business working with government can give people the information on the goods that they're selling so that the people wanting to take these decisions have the information on which to do it. International institutions, so well represented here today, can lead the charge as well. The charge in this sense is creating conditions where people can take the decisions that we know will be much better for us all. Agricultural support. We spend about $700 billion a year as a world in agricultural support. Now, I'm not arguing for less. Perhaps it should be more, but I'm arguing about being different. What do we get from that kind of agricultural support? We get degraded land, poisoned rivers, and destroyed forests. By casting it in a different way, we can change the incentive structures that people face so they can pursue the kinds of decisions which we're looking for here. And that is something where we can learn from each other. If you think of other people in other countries doing what you're doing, it actually reinforces you. You're part of something bigger. So there's so many ways we can go forward. We all have a role to play. I look forward very much to continuing to participate and offering ideas. Thank you again for inviting me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lord Stern, for valuable ideas, examples of specific actions, and also talking about the initiatives or the creativity that young people bring to take the fight against climate change forward and the role of international agencies. Thank you very much for that, sir. Talking of international agencies and talking of climate change, we talk about UNF Triple C, United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. And we are privileged to have the Deputy Executive Secretary to the UNF Triple C, Mr. Ovais Sarma Damangas. And I would not really take any further time to request Mr. Sarmad to share his views. Mr. Sarmad, please.
Thank you very much, and namaste, sir. Namaste, Honorable Minister and distinguished delegates here. First of all, I'd like to thank all of you here for bringing us together. Nilesh, thank you. Richa, very much appreciate your being here and organizing this on behalf of the Indian government. And once again, Honorable Minister, it's a great pleasure always to share events like this with you. Inger from UNDP, Usha, UNDP, Lord Stern, Aruna, thank you very much for the recent report, The Integrity Matters. It really is a powerful report. Thank you very much. And Niti Aayog, who's online, and others online, especially our colleagues in the UN India team, UNDP, UNEP, Atul, and others who are working closely all the way with us. I'd like to start with one very familiar saying that I'm sure you all know. It's an Indian saying which goes like this: those who protect nature are protected by nature. And furthermore, Bhagavad Gita, for instance, it says, let the human community protect the environment for their own survival and biodiversity around all of us. I come from a city, Hyderabad, in India, many of you know, and I grew up with magnificent boulders which date back to millions of years. But now, when I go back, those are all disappeared and replaced by huge, tall buildings, shopping malls, and roads, and so on. So there is sign of progress, but not the kind of progress that we all should be looking forward to. I think we definitely need to protect our nature, the surroundings, the habitat, and this lifestyle for environment is all about that. Our culture has always upheld our fundamental duty and responsibility for the environment and highlighted the significance it holds in our daily lives. The environment is a global cause, global good for all of us, and we all have a personal responsibility. This project that has been launched by the Prime Minister Modi, reduce, reuse, recycle, reset, and the circular economy have been part of lifestyle of Indians and Indian culture for thousands of years. The LIFE initiative launched is one such step in strengthening our commitment towards Mother Nature and Mother Earth. India has one of the largest youth population, as we all know, and that gives us a huge opportunity also to mobilize mobilize movements such as this, to make transformational changes, systemic changes needed towards implementation of the Paris Agreement. Now, very briefly, what is happening on the other side of the conference here, the negotiations. This is so refreshing to see all that playing out here in practice with the launch of a project like this or initiative such as LIFE. Because what happens in the negotiations is one thing that sets the policy, that sets the international norms, but how then that gets translated and implemented is a very good example of why we're here today. So therefore, it's no longer an option, but rather a necessity to align our lifestyles for the protection and well-being of the environment. Lifestyle for environment is not just for call to action, a movement or a campaign. It is our responsibility. We need to change one small thing, everyone, everywhere, all around us in our lives, daily, to become a pro-planet people and friendly to the environment and the nature that we have inherited, not inherited, but borrowed from future generations. So once again, thank you very much, and I very much look forward to the full-blown implementation of the Lifestyle Project, and we are very much supporting that from the UNF Triple C. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for that last message of taking the full-blown initiative of the message that Lifestyle for Environment conveys. Talking of another multilateral agency, United Nations Development Programme. This is the agency which is responsible for capacity development initiatives across the world. We are talking about lifestyle for environment, we are talking about behavioral change, we are talking about nudge. There cannot be a better institution than UNDP to take this forward. And today we have with us Ms. Usha Rao Monari, Associate Administrator of UNDP, who has a vast experience not only in sustainable development issues, but also development finance. So we can't have a better speaker than Ms. Usha Rao Monari here in front of us. Thank you very much, Ms. Usha Rao Monari.
Thank you very much, and good morning, Excellencies, Namaskar, Honorable Minister, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. You know, somebody said climate is the largest and most important crisis we are facing in our lifetimes. We've all heard the UN Secretary General who said, we're in the fight of our lives and we're losing. Greenhouse gas emissions keep growing. And this is, we've heard it over and over again, but it becomes more important every time we hear it. More than 2/3 of global greenhouse gas emissions today actually can be attributed directly or indirectly to household consumption and lifestyles. And as we know, this consumption is not distributed equally. If we look at the world, the wealthiest 1% globally produce and consume more than twice the emissions of the poorest 50%. Providing equal access to electricity, food, water, etc., and other essential services requires that we find an equilibrium to how we live and how we live with the planet. And we need to strike this balance soon and almost immediately. The message of life or lifestyle for environment launched by Prime Minister Modi and the government of India is an absolutely crucial one. What it says is, alongside governments, businesses, and other institutions, individuals and communities must also do their part to find the most important and resilient pathways to go forward. What does this mean? It means that not only do we have to change our own individual behavior, but we should also act together to influence the behavior of all actors along the consumption value chain. Life brings climate action, in fact, down to a level where each individual can play a role and each community can help make the difference. And the good news in all of this rather bad news is that some of the solutions are already there. If you look at India, and I'm an Indian, sustainability has been part of our traditional lifestyle for centuries. The video that we saw spoke to this very important fact. Similarly, there are other cultures and communities around the world who also have taken for centuries the notion of sustainable living into their everyday living standards. Life combines, therefore, traditional wisdom with modern science and innovation, because as we go forward, as our problems become more complex and interconnected and sometimes intractable, it's very important to use the tools of modern science and innovation to take us forward. Life aims to create a global network of exchanging knowledge and best practices that will inspire and drive forward a global community. And in this respect, I thank the Indian Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change for making UNDP a partner in this initiative. Ladies and gentlemen, progress and growth are extremely important to all of us, but it must be mindful and it must be sustainable. UNDP stands ready to work with governments, private sector, and civil society, and communities, of course, and individuals to respond to this global emergency and others that we will inevitably face. I believe together we can prove that a green, sustainable, and climate-resilient future can go hand in hand with economic prosperity and social equality for all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam. I would now like to invite Ms. Inger Anderson, ED of UNEP, who needs actually no introduction. She's heading the UNEP, and we are really thankful to UNEP for already supporting the mission live. Ms. Inger Anderson, please.
Mr. Minister, Additional Secretary, my dear friend Para Meyer, whom I've worked with for 20 years, Nick Stern, Usha, Orais, and colleagues. It's a great pleasure for me to speak today. Like Lord Stern, I was also had the privilege of participating in the virtual launch of LIFE. And I think that LIFE goes to the very heart of unsustainable consumption or production. And in fact, the solutions that LIFE offers are at the very heart of the solutions to the triple planetary crisis, that crisis of climate change, that crisis of nature loss, and that crisis of pollution. And the fact that a country like India puts its hand up and says that we will lead on this issue. Yes, we are not the country with the biggest footprint. Yes, there are others that have much greater footprint, but nevertheless, we will lead. We will lead now because we understand that if we shift, others will follow. That fact is magnificent. And so we, from our side, who are working on sustainable consumption and production, we salute you, and through you, the government, and indeed the Prime Minister, because this is critical. I was pleased to see my dear colleague and friend Usha quote the emissions gap report of 2020, the UNEP emissions gap report, which found that 2/3 of GHG emissions are directly associated with household when consumption-based accounting is taken into account. And that means not putting the blame on the individual consumers, because many times we are trapped in a sense of consumption, but it means raising the awareness and understanding the footprint that we have and the individual choices that we can have. Yes, in the way we move around the world and in our places of work. Yes, the way we heat and cool our places, and certainly the food choices that we make. Now, the emissions gap report of this year did not come with good news. What it tells us is that right now, with the current policies, we are on track to 2.8 degrees by 2100. I will say that again, 2.8 degrees by 2100. Right now we are living at 1.1 degrees, and what is that giving us? It's giving us typhoons and storms and droughts and floods and misery, and it is the poorest that are paying the highest price. And so it's all the more remarkable that a country with a large proportion of poor people is indeed stepping in to lead. Now, India has a special opportunity, and this is what is so special, because you will be leading the G20 next year. These 20 largest economies that, yes, are responsible for 75% of all carbon emissions, some with a much longer carbon historical trail and with a much larger per capita footprint, but nevertheless, they all have a responsibility to lean in. And so that system-wide transformation is critical. Because although we have all delivered the NDCs, when we take on board the NDCs now here present, that reduces us from 2.8 degrees to 2.6. And when we add the conditional NDCs, which are based on the available financing beyond the table, it only takes us to 2.4. So ladies and gentlemen, we are not on track. So every bit matters, and consumption-based approaches will be essential. Not to blame, as I said, but to help decarbonize our economies, our transport sector, our industry at the system level. That is the opportunity. And SDG 12 that the global community had the foresight to identify back in 2015, sustainable consumption and production, is a very platform that can lift the lifestyle across the world, the Lifestyle Initiative. Now, we know that the wealthiest 10% are responsible for almost half of the global emissions. And no, these are not the jet setters. Many who are in this room are in the wealthiest 10%. These are people who earn more than $5,000 a year. So responsibilities fall on that global middle class, that global class to shift. And the poor needs support, not lectures. So what kind of shifts? Well, we have spoken about sustainable transport, diets, and so on. We at UNEP, and I thank you for Indian leadership, we're proud in the last UNEA to see, United Nations Environment Assembly, to see a resolution that said that we shall begin negotiations towards a ban on plastic pollution from source to sea, the entire production chain. And that means also rethinking. And as we step into this lifestyle for environment, let's take the plastic curse with us. Now, we need plastics. We need it, we have it, we use it, you all have it in your clothing and in your households. But we have become lazy. We want to liquefy everything, our washing for the washing machine, our toothpaste, our soaps. Why? Why does it have to come in plastic containers? Rethink, be smart, legislate, and ensure that we reduce as well as refuse our plastic in the environment, and that we go circular here. So let me, as I close out, salute India once more. India has led on this, but let me just remind you what India is also leading on. India held the presidency for COP14. You may have forgotten, but I have not, for the Desertification Convention. That was critical because that pushed a story about regeneration and is in fact a very good pathway onto life. India still holds the presidency for the Convention on Migratory Species, and that is critical because species do not know borders. They cross in the oceans, they cross in the air, and they cross on land. India holds that presidency today. And we know that in Montreal, COP15, where India will be present, we know that India will also speak to life and will also speak to the imperative of biodiversity conservation. So thank you for this leadership. We from UNEP are proud to work with you, are proud to host most of the, or be the custodian for most of the elements that the indicators under SDG 12. And I can assure you that as you take on the mantle of the G20 leadership, we will be by your side supporting this throughout. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, madam, and thank you for your message of the global middle class, the action that is required. Poor need support and not lecture. And in the end, also appreciating the actions taken by India right from COP14 onwards. So thank you very much, madam. It's my now proud privilege to invite Honorable Minister for Environment, Forest and Climate Change of India, Mr. Bhupender Yadav, to deliver his keynote address. Sir.
Ms. Inger Anderson, Mr. Oves Sarman, Ms. Usha Rao, Lord Nicholas, our Additional Secretary Richa ji, ladies and gentlemen. I welcome you all to the India Pavilion, designed with the theme Life, which stands for Lifestyle for Environment. This mantra given by Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi, places individual contribution at the center stage to find solution to problem posed by climate change. We bring with us the message of lifestyle for environment through our pavilion, which attempt to touch upon not only different aspects of the sustainable life, but also highlight the various initiatives taken by India to make tangible differences in the life of the most vulnerable people combating the climate change crisis. Friends, we are at a critical juncture in our common fight against climate change, a juncture which requires not just government effort but contribution from all stakeholders, each individual, toward ensuring a sustainable and equitable planet. The most credible finding in the recent past, like 6th assessment report of IPCC, UNEP GAP report, have concluded unequally, unequivocally how human influence has had catastrophic impact on our air, oceans, and land. Ladies and gentlemen, both Egypt and India are examples of century-old civilization that have sustainable lifestyle practices embedded in their culture and traditions. India, under the visionary leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji, has demonstrated to the globe that protecting environment remains the cornerstone in the policy-making process of India. On 20th October this year, Mission Life was launched by the Honorable Prime Minister in the presence of UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres. I would like to take this opportunity to speak about Mission Life, a global mass movement which promotes environmentally conscious lifestyle at individual level. Mahatma Gandhi had said, and I quote, "The world has enough for everyone's need, but not everyone's greed." When in UNIA convention in Nairobi, I met Madam Anderson and I spoke about life. She told me a very beautiful line. She said me, "I understand the mission life. What we have taken from Mother Earth, we are returning her as a garbage." So that's, we have taken a water, we have taken a air, we have taken a mineral, but what actually we return to Mother Earth, so that is a responsibility of human being. What wonderful gift we will return to Mother Earth, not a garbage. That's a message given by Madam Anderson to me, and I convey to our Honorable Prime Minister also. I think that's a very simple and exact definition of life. Friends, according to the United Nations Environment Programme, if 1 billion people out of the global population of 8 billion people adopt environment-friendly behaviors in their daily lives, like ending food waste, the global greenhouse emission can get reduced by 8-10%. Mission Life is a movement which focuses on mindful and deliberate utilization of resources in place of mindless and wasteful consumption. This is to protect and preserve the environment, and more importantly, it is a movement which has inclusivity in the spirit, making every individual a trustee of our environment. Life inspires each individual to contribute their bit as per their capacity, taking stairs, using cycles to commute, reusing resource, turning off the power when not needed, eliminating the use of plastics is one's daily life, are some ways of adopting a lifestyle which is favorable for the environment. And I want to inform you at this occasion that in our country, we completely legally ban the single-use plastic in our country. Collecting individual effort can make this mass movement a great contributor in achieving our goal of making the world a better and sustainable place for our future generation. As Mr. Oves said, a message that is from our scripture, and that is a motto of our ministry, Prakriti Rakshitaha Rakshitaha, which means nature protect if she is protected. This describes the essence of environment-friendly sensitivity. Friends, we need to build up our environment senses that ensure that our lifestyle doesn't impact the lives of those around. It is not just humans around, but also birds, animals, plants, trees, wetland, and forests. It is a matter of pride that several world leaders have appreciated and supported India's effort toward promoting environment-friendly lifestyle. Reduce, reuse, and recycle is the mantra incorporated in this mission. We have all been witness of several meaningful initiatives by different countries like Denmark and Netherlands that have inspired the world with their biking culture in their countries and green initiative at macro level. All countries need to know, embrace such example of environment-friendly lifestyle as a part of their daily living. A Japanese concept, Eishofuni, a principle that human life and its environment are closely connected to each other, echoes the same commitment of individual relation with the environment and its consequent impact. Friends, we must understand that climate change goes beyond just policy making and its effect transcend geopolitical borders. Mission Life make the fight against climate change democratic, in which everyone can contribute with their capacity. Mission Life also contribute toward implementing the Sustainable Development Goals set up by United Nations General Assembly, which were adopted by all United Nations members state in 2015. It's inspired us to do all can be done in our everyday life to protect the environment. As stated by our Prime Minister, I am happy to release, and we have already released this compendium, Prayas Se Prabhav Tak today in the August gathering, which means effort translating into impact, a philosophy that guides the policy-making process under the able leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi. I call upon world leaders and global citizens to go on the philosophy of life and extend their support to be change the way they wish to see in the world. The luxury to pass the buck is no longer there, as our Honorable Prime Minister has said, and I would like to quote, "In our daily life choices, let us pick the most sustainable options. Our planet is one, but our effort have to be many. One earth, many efforts. India stand ready to support any effort for a better environment and to further global wellness." With these words, I would like to thank you for coming out today and make this event a success. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, sir. And thank you for sharing the powerful message from our Honorable Prime Minister. In our daily life choices, let us pick the most sustainable options. Our planet is one, but our efforts have to be many. One earth, many efforts. Thank you very much, sir, for sharing this message. We come to the end of this particular event, and I hope that you have been able to gather as much as possible for undertaking the initiatives at your own individual levels and taking the message of life forward and sharing it with all around you. May I request now Mr. Parth Joshi from UNDP India, who UNDP, UN India, and UNEP have been partners in this particular event. So may I request Mr. Parth Joshi to please propose a vote of thanks.
On behalf of UN in India, UNDP and UNEP, we would like to thank Mr. Parmeswaran Iyer, CEO Niti Aayog, who could join us virtually. We thank our dignitaries, Honorable Minister Shri Bhupendra Yadav, Ms. Inger Anderson, Ms. Usha Rao Munari, Mr. Ovesh Sarmat, Lord Nicholas Stern, and Mr. Arunabha Ghosh, who took out the time to join us here today. We thank officials at the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Ms. Richa Sharma, Additional Secretary, and Mr. Nilesh Kumar Shah, Joint Secretary, for their immense guidance and support. We thank our colleagues in the UN family, the Ministry, and the IT and logistics teams who worked tirelessly behind the scenes and round the clock to make this event happen. We have an exciting lineup of events today on the theme of life planned at the India Pavilion, and we look forward to your participation. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Just to share with you all, we'll be having a very important event on release of India's long-term low-emission development strategy shortly from at 11:45.
I think Minister said, okay, let's have the engagement of UNEP with India.
The thing it's reminded me of is just all the busyness, all the talking, all the meetings that we're here for is really about people in countries all over the world, and it helps us feel a little bit more connected to sit here and do something that's so part of Indian culture, and being from Australia and getting an opportunity to look and take some steps.
We've come from Australia, and so coming all the way to Egypt, India feels like it's a lot closer to home, and we've got such a nice relationship with India and the Indian people. So
I've been interacting with people from around the world who are coming to visit the India Pavilion, and they all have one thing to say. India's pavilion is diverse and unique, just the way India is. Through interactive and high-tech displays, Indian Pavilion is showcasing one word, one movement,
We'll be having the, yeah. May I request everyone to please settle down? We are going to have the launch session starting very soon. Honorable Minister is also among us.
Good morning and a warm welcome to everybody. Honorable Minister for Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Shri Bhupendra Yadav ji, respected Additional Secretary MOEFCC, Srimati Richa ji, Ambassador of India to the Arab Republic of Egypt, Shri Ajit Gupte ji, distinguished guests, friends from media, ladies and gentlemen, I have the honor to welcome you all to this launch of India's long-term low-carbon development strategy. It is fitting that the launch is being personally undertaken by our Honorable Minister as yet another instance of his visionary leadership of the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. His range of initiatives and programs have raised the bar on the stewardship of environment in the country. They range from the initiatives on the banning of single-use plastics, the declaration of 75 Ramsar sites on the occasion of Amrit Mahotsav, and also the reintroduction of cheetahs into India's forests. Under his able guidance, we look forward to the implementation of India's Panchamrit and lifestyles for environment at the call of Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji. Please join me in giving a round of applause for our respected minister for his passionate leadership on environment. It is also fitting that we have the presence here of our respected Additional Secretary, Shri Richa Sharma ji. Madam has led the process of putting together this document with deft and zeal. She has supervised the formation of interministerial task groups, the consultations and the report writing process that followed, conducting consultations with scientific experts, various stakeholders, and state governments towards the production of the final outcome. The occasion is also graced by our ambassador, Shri Ajit Gupte ji. With these initial remarks, I would request Madam Richa Sharma ji, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, for setting the context. Over to you, ma'am.
Honorable Minister for Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Labour and Employment, Shri Bhupendra Yadav ji, respected Ambassador of India to Egypt, Shri Ajit Gupte ji, members of the media, representatives of think tanks, members of the official Indian delegation, young friends, ladies and gentlemen. I welcome all of you to this release event of India's long-term low emissions development strategy. The Paris Agreement at its heart is an agreement for global economic transformation along low carbon pathways. Emissions arise from our economic and production systems. They arise from our energy system, our industrial production systems, from our agriculture, transportation systems primarily. The Paris Agreement requires us to reduce emissions and reach global net zero in a manner that limits temperature rise to well below 2 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels. This requires our economic production and consumption systems to transform globally. Paris Agreement invites parties to strive to develop and submit their low carbon, low GHG emissions transition pathways. At COP26, India, along with several other countries, took net zero targets towards mid-century net zero. India's own target year for its net zero is 2070. We undertook extensive work over the last year. We constituted 7 interministerial working groups to prepare India's long-term low-carbon development strategy. These interministerial working groups, or task groups we may call them, they related to the electricity sector, the transport sector, the urban sector, industry sector, CO2 removal, forestry, and economic and financial. All of these sectors are addressed in India's long-term low emission strategy that will be submitted today. All of these sectoral task groups were chaired by the respective line ministries, including the Ministry of Power, Ministry of Road Transport and Highways, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, the Department of DPIIT, Department of Science and Technology, the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change itself, and the Department of Economic Affairs. We ensured that every task group is supported by a technical anchoring institution and that it also has a knowledge partner. And we had technical anchoring institutions like the Central Electric Authority, the Indian Institute of Petroleum, the National Institute of Urban Affairs, the Confederation of Indian Industry, the Indian Institute of Science, Forest Survey of India, and the IIM Ahmedabad. Besides that, we had knowledge partners such as the Prayas Energy Group, the World Resources Institute, SPA New Delhi, TERI, CSIR, IORA Ecological Solutions, and CPR. CPR was the overall anchor institution and the technical knowledge partner for this document. We undertook extensive consultations with our states also because India's low carbon transition rests on our partnership with our states. This is a document that Honorable Minister will be releasing today. In the course of this event, we will have a short presentation from the Ministry that outlines the sectoral transitions and the development choices that India intends to make as it moves along a low-carbon transition towards net zero by 2070. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. I now invite Mr. Ajay Raghav to have a brief presentation on the subject at hand. Ajay, over to you.
Respected Mantri ji, respected Ambassador sir, respected Madam Additional Secretary, members of the media and dignitaries in the present here. The context setting has been done in terms of India's long-term strategy, and as you all know that this requirement has come from the Paris Agreement. The Article 4.19 of the Paris Agreement asks and invites all parties to submit their long-term strategy. And this was reiterated in COP26. So far, 56 countries have submitted our long-term strategy. This is in continuation to the Panchamrit announcement in COP26, where we had declared our net zero goal by 2070. We all know that India has long and significant energy needs for its development. Whereas India has contributed minimally to the global warming, and the contribution of in the cumulative historical emissions has been only 4%, as reported by the latest IPCC report. However, India will pursue its long-term strategies for development as per the national circumstances. It will be driven not just by the climate-specific policies, but the broader development choices. We have also discussed about the potential opportunities and also the costs involved, need of the finance to harness low-cost, low-carbon technologies, the transition in accordance with the national circumstances without compromising the development future. We also have to consider that India is one of the most climate vulnerable countries. As has been informed, that we had the outline of this report has 6 chapters, and these have been elaborated here. In the introduction, we have mentioned about the outline, the approach of India's LTLEDS, its national development, energy and emissions in the global context, India's progress towards the low carbon future. As has been mentioned, these strategic transitions include 6 sectors which are critical to the economy and contribute to the current greenhouse gas emissions. Another important part which we have stressed is the research and innovation, because we believe that the solution to climate change are in the research and innovation in each of these sectors. So we have identified the technologies in energy and industry, sustainable bioresource and marine biotechnologies to reduce emissions, and have also identified gaps in research and innovation. Adaptation and resilience are important, and we have highlighted the climate change impacts in India, India's adaptation strategies, and interlinkages between the mitigation, adaptation, and development. Lifestyle for Environment has been recently launched by the Honorable Prime Minister and the UN Secretary General. So this is also has been represented in our LTLEDS report and has information on 3 core shifts in the mission life, the life and sustainable development goals interlinkages, and impact of collective action because of the life activities. India also believes in the international cooperation. Climate change is a collective global action problem. So we believe that strengthening of the global climate action is very important. And we, as a major developing country, also has to take the international leadership and believe in collaboration. We also believe in having an equitable global climate response. So these are some of the contents of the various transitions which we have highlighted. I would not go into the details because these are available in the report which will be released soon. However, in the electricity sector, which contributes around 43% of our current emissions, we have stressed that India aims to rapidly expand its renewable energy capacity in short to medium term, while strengthening electricity grid and enhancing its flexibility. There are also other technologies for decarbonization which have a greater role, for example, nuclear energy, and support to R&D in future technologies such as green hydrogen, fuel cells, and CCUS. We also have to take focus on the demand side measures, for example, the energy efficiency, and using less energy, thus enable a smoother and faster transition. Planned and just phase down of coal is important, and careful planning while having the clean coal technologies and prioritizing justice for affected workforce and communities has been highlighted in the report. We also believe that the enabling measures for development-focused transition will include promotion of the local manufacturing and developing a resource adequacy framework and ensuring the robust markets and fostering capable, agile, and responsive institutions at all levels. The transport sector contributes around 9.5% of the current emissions, and the emissions in this sectors are growing. So our stress has been to reduce fuel demand. This can be achieved through raised standards, optimized networks, improved technologies, and fleet modernization. We also believe the phased transition to cleaner fuels will include blending of the cleaner fuels with the biological based fuels, managing socio-economic and skilling aspects in transition, modal shift from less polluting modes of transport, and integrated transport and urban planning, multimodal connectivity, and enhanced railway capacity are some of the important features which we have highlighted in this transport sector. Urban sector is important and growing. Currently, we have 31% of population in the urban areas, which is likely to be 40% by 2030. So this is an important sector, and the emissions from the urban sector have to be seen in those perspective. It can be done through better urban planning and managing the space heating and cooling and other aspects like the urban transport. The industry is an important sector. Currently, it accounts for around 16% of our GDP, and the sector also includes large number of micro, small, and medium enterprises which employ a large number of people, and these require financial support, knowledge sharing, awareness about decarbonization technologies and programs. So we have also highlighted decarbonization in the hard to abate sectors and promotion of green hydrogen technology and infrastructure, which will actually require boost in the R&D in technology and infrastructure. Enhancement in the material efficiency and recycling will be done through enhancing the sector-specific material efficiency technologies and strategies through value chains, increasing the adoption of electric vehicles through strengthening the domestic manufacturing, explore the vehicle grid options and circular economy principles for electric vehicles. And of course, the energy efficiency is a priority. Our PAT scheme has been successful in bringing down the emissions, and this will be further strengthened in future. CO2 removal technologies are being promoted around the world, and Indian private sector as well as public sector entities are having investments in the CCUS technologies, and these will be further promoted. However, we would first go for the pilot scale, then go for the larger scale deployment in the CCUS, depending on the financial and technical appraisal of the technology. Forests currently account for around 25% of the land mass of the country. The Indian forest policy says about 33%, and our emissions, current emissions, around 15% are offset by the forests. And these will be further increased through achieving our goals of NDC, which is increasing the carbon sinks by 2.5 to 3 billion tons. And these efforts will be further strengthened. So this is the last slide. We believe that all these transitions over several decades will require financial resources. So far, India has largely done its own actions from its own resources, and these resources in future will be across several billions and trillions. So this needs to be mobilized through domestic as well as international climate finance. Therefore, we have assessed what are the financial requirements, and estimates vary across studies due to differences in assumptions, but some coverage has been given and the modeling approaches have been mentioned in the report. The source of finance is important. The strategic and scaled up use of all avenues which are needed. Domestic public finance can play an important role. However, international resources will also have to be mobilized. And private finance can be channeled through equity investments, debt, including loans, bonds, FDI, risk mitigation instruments such as insurance and guarantees. We would also require mainstreaming of climate finance through financial sector operations and governance. This can also be achieved using monetary policy, fiscal policy, and cooperative federalism. And finally, linkages to the international trade. So these are some of the important things which have been highlighted, apart from information on research and innovation, adaptation and resilience, and international cooperation. So these are the 6 chapters, and I have given some brief bullets about the transition sectors which we believe are important and have been covered in our LT LEDs. So I would like to conclude here, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Ajay. And now is the moment for the release of the document. I would request Honorable Minister to kindly release India's long-term low-carbon development strategy. I now invite Honorable Minister to deliver his special address at this occasion. Over to you, sir.
On the dais, our Additional Secretary, Richa Sharma ji, our Ambassador, Mr. Gupte. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning to one and all. Today is the most eventful day in Indian Pavilion. In morning, we just formally initiated the live program on this pavilion, and it was participated by UNEP, UNDP, UNF Triple C, and the other organizations also. In that event, we released one document on basis of our what action we will take in a mission life and what we have already taken and the future action also. In this event, we are releasing India's long-term strategy for low carbon development, which will be submitted to the UNF Triple C. This is an important milestone. With this release, India joins the select list of less than 60 parties that have submitted their long-term low-emission development strategy to UNF Triple C. Once again, India has demonstrated that it walks the talk on climate change. What we announced our NDCs in 2015, we achieved some target 9 years before, and we have already submitted our enhanced NDC. Now, with this document, we are going to submit our long-term low-emission development strategy. Last year, Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji at COP26 had presented to the world India's Panchamrit of climate action, including achieving the goal of net zero emission by 2070. Correspondingly, in August 2022, India updated its NDCs. With the updated NDCs, we stand further committed to, first, reduce the emission intensity of its GDP to 45% below 2005 levels by 2030. Second, achieve about 50% cumulative electric power installed capacity from non-fossil fuel based energy resources by 2030. And third, to put forward and further propagate a healthy and sustainable way of living based on traditions and values of conservation and moderation, including through a mass movement for life, lifestyle for environment as a key to combating climate change. As articulated by Honorable Prime Minister, this is a call for a shift from mindless and destructive consumption to mindful and deliberate utilization. We are now presenting India's long-term low-carbon development strategy that articulate India's vision and action plan for achieving its NDC goal and target of net zero emission by 2070. And we are placing before all the key element of India's transition to a low-carbon development pathway. Our approach to low-carbon development is based on the following 4 key considerations. First, India has contributed little to global warming. Despite being home to 1/6 of world's population, India's historical contribution to cumulative global GHG emission is minuscule. Second, India has significant energy needs for development. Third, India is committed to pursuing low carbon strategies for development and is actively pursuing them as per national circumstances. Fourth, India needs to build climate resilience. The 2 themes of climate justice and sustainable lifestyle are emphasized in our strategy alongside the UNF Triple C principle of equity and common but differentiated responsibility and respective capabilities. It is also imbibe the spirit of life. Similarly, the long-term low-emission development strategy has been prepared in the framework of India's right to an equitable and fair share of the global carbon budget. This is the practical implementation of India's call for climate justice. We have ensured that the strategy emphasizes energy security, energy access, and employment while keeping focus on our vision of Atmanirbhar Bharat or self-reliant India and Make in India. A strong emphasis on research and innovation is the key in all sectors and will be pursued vigorously. We have provided long-term vision of our transition in all sectors of economy, including electricity, transport, industry, urban, forestry, and carbon removal technologies. Our document also makes it clear that this effort to transform India's economy would require huge financial resources. This strategy is the product of extensive consultation inside government and other stakeholders, including stakeholders. In initial remarks, Richa ji mentioned the name of institution. It was a very wide consultation with all these institutions, and today at this occasion, I thanks to all the institutions for their positive contribution to making this report. The journey of net zero is a 5-decade-long one, and India's vision is therefore evolutionary and flexible, accommodating new technological developments and developments in the global economy and international cooperation. But we also need to be mindful of the risks that this journey will entail. The need to eradicate our development deficits and ensure our food and energy security will rationally using our natural resources, and therefore themes that pervade our low carbon strategy. We are particularly happy to present our strategy at COP27, which is the COP of implementation. Our strategy relies on a number of actions and are to be undertaken in different key sectors of our economy. Our strategy document elaborate on these. India's emphasis is not on words. Mere numbers are not the goal. The India will surprise the world, will not promise, but with actions that are undertaken. At the same time, we also call upon developed countries to elaborate on their immediate plan on how they would achieve their targets. We see that following the current energy crisis, may have turned back to increase fossil fuels for energy security. It is not to say that target for emission reduction will be met, when the reality is that they will unequally consume even more of the carbon budget. In a COP of implementation, it is essential to make progress on adaptation and loss and damages. Now this is time to tell the developing world how the promise of USD 100 billion is to be met. We at Glasgow noted with regret that it is indeed not being met. The world would like to know how the resource for meeting the world's adaptation needs, whose estimates are rising constantly, are to be mobilized. The past year has also shown us the reality of loss and damages, and finance to enable developing countries to cope with it essential. In setting our target for 2030 and our enhanced ambition in mitigation, we cannot forget that achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, whose target date is also 2030, is the overriding priority for developing countries. Ending hunger and malnutrition and ensuring food security globally must be an essential part of our perspective for climate action. Mitigation alone, one SDG among all others, cannot be singled out for consideration. We cannot have a situation where the energy security of developing countries is ignored in the name of urgent mitigation, while developed nations put their energy security above their duty to increase their ambition to mitigation through practical action. We must always recall that global warming is global collective action problem that must be solved through international cooperation. The best of science today recognize the equity and common but differentiated responsibility, respective capabilities are essential to making a livable world. But we need far more work and effort by the global scientific community to actually develop the scenarios that show us what the pathway is and how to evolve along such a pathway. Our future vision of long-term development must be imbibe the spirit of equity and climate justice, learning from and sharing with each other to create an inclusive and just world that leaves no one behind. Thank you very much.
So, thank you, Honorable Minister, and thank you for emphasizing that India walks the talk And when India speaks on climate change, India speaks from a position of strength and responsibility. Thank you very much, sir. Over to Madam for wrapping up.
Thank you. I only wanted to share that this document that we've released today provides a very strong policy signal regarding the shifts and the low carbon transitions in the Indian economy as it moves towards net zero by 2070. This document will be uploaded now on the site of the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, as well as on the India Climate Change Knowledge Portal, where it will be available for everybody to examine and see. And the team will be available, Dr. Bhatt and his team will be available to discuss any questions that you may have after its release. I thank you all once again for joining us at this release event. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
It will also be at the UNFCCC website very soon.
Yes.
Thanks, one and all. Thank you very much.
Congratulations. Really tremendous document. We're putting out a prep box. Thank you. We're putting out a press release this afternoon. Thank you.
Please join us in having refreshments. They are served outside.
Remember we met when we came to see you. I just want to congratulate you. I actually have read it. So, Lina had said we are putting out a statement in support of
Hello, am I audible? Okay, great. So here we are, like it is the post session after a very interesting and exciting announcement by India on the long-term strategy. We are just waiting for some people to get in, and we'll start in 5 minutes. Please bear with us. This session is a moderated session, and we have exciting speakers with us. I'll start formally in 5 minutes. Great. So again, good afternoon. We just had a fantastic session on life with a rich content, a life concept, sustainability, India's long-term strategy, making India in a new league of countries who have done that. This session intends to connect life as a concept, practice, and philosophy for amplifying climate action. Though India faces tremendous pressure due to climate change, the government and the industry are on the path of resilience through the vision of our Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji, with the active participation of youth, businesses, and communities. Life inspires to be a way of achieving a circular economy which has a potential to generate 14 lakh crores in cost savings by 2030 in India alone. So this session will look into the key questions of how lifestyle for environment can spur a global movement for the 5 Ps in line with our country's vision of pro-people planet and our Prime Minister's call of Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas and Sabka Vishwas. We will listen to stories, inspirations and case studies from industry, youth, entrepreneurs and policy experts. ASSOCHAM warmly welcomes you to this session on Life as a Catalyst for Climate Action in collaboration with WRI, CEW and IYCN, Indian Youth Climate Network. This session consists of 2 rounds of panel. Our panel consists of experts from energy, air, carbon, education and industry sectors. I would now like to invite the first panel consisting of Dr. Rajasekhar from NIUA, Mr. Kushagar Juneja from DTO Consulting, Mr. Raghunath, the founder of KIS Group, and Kajol from WRI. I think a lot of people are also kind of taking the reference, so there is a lean kind of attendance here, but I think that will improve in a bit. And that's important because after a very important session, people are hungry. So, and we are also eating into the lunch time, so I could really understand the urgency of it. So, so we have this very kind of distinguished panel. I will start with Dr. Rajasekhar from NIUA to come and deliver his kind of comments on how NIUA is doing its bit for life and how does he see it as a future global inspiration for climate action. Dr. Rajasekhar.
Thank you, and good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure being part of this particular panel. Since just in the previous session, the minister did launch the long-term low-emission development strategies, and it's also very important that how we transform our cities. We all know that close to 30 to 40% of the energy utilization is coming from the building sector, and what NIUA is trying to do is looking at the building sector from 3 different perspectives: from the perspective of the urban planning, urban design, and also in terms of the built form. How we can influence the built form through building bylaws, and also the overall energy utilizations of the building by using certain fixtures and certain mechanism, especially for cooling and heating purposes. And the third key aspect is how do you enable efficiency within the service delivery? Because a lot of times we are looking at building in isolation, but there is a huge system which is actually working towards catering to that building, either it be water supply, waste, sanitation, sewage, or drainage, and things like that, which come into the building and which also go out. And so there is a huge mechanism which is required for making sure that these services are provided in an effective and efficient manner, but also in a much more sustainable manner. So within NIUA, what we have been doing is we have something called as the Smart City, Climate Smart City Assessment Framework, and it is more in terms of looking at how do you transform cities over the long term. And sometimes what we do is climate actions which are being propagated. Pretty much every city in India is undertaking some action or the other. We can't deny that fact. But the question is, how do we ensure that such interventions are scaled up over long term? So what we approach is we look at cities from the development stage indicators. That is, we are not really looking at whether they are doing climate projects, but before that, they need to do a lot, and they need to have a lot in place. One is, do they have a strong network or a committee which is established to help them in the process? If at all such a committee or a cell is established, do they meet regularly? And once they meet regularly, do they plan in an integrated manner? Do they each contribute to the overall city planning and the development strategy for the next 10 to 15 years? Are they able to collectively prioritize based on the city needs and not and overcome some of the bias based on the resources, either in terms of the financial resources or human resources? Once they have the priorities in place, are they able to influence the city's budget so that cities can start implementing these strategies not as a one-off solution, but regularly keep implementing it and monitoring it as as they move along? And once all this is done, then we talk about the projects. Using these budgets, are the projects being implemented? Are the projects being monitored? Is the learning happening from these projects? And is there a possibility of scaling up with this? So this is the path we have chosen to take because we know that cities, if you go and talk to any of the Indian cities, at least the top 250 cities who are currently, 260 cities which are currently part of this year's Climate Smart City assessment, they are all undertaking some action or the other. Either they are cleaning their water bodies, maintaining, planting trees, or they are implementing, new and renewable energy sources, so on and so forth. But are they able to consistently do that? Are they able to do that covering all the cities? Are they able to do that in a strategic manner? Are they able to do that taking into consideration the risk and so on? Is the key aspect. And these initiatives, how it links to the life, is that they can't be looked in isolation. They have to be taken into consideration. People have to be brought on board, and different segments of the society needs to be brought on board. So there are 5 or 6 key things which I'm going to talk about, which are very much linked to it. One is the, maintaining water bodies, enhancing the green areas which we are targeting and monitoring, reducing the urban heat island effect, looking in terms of green buildings, not only in terms of green buildings certified ones, but also in terms of using things which our Econiva Samhita does, how people and individual can make sure that they decrease their energy utilization and also increase through better ventilation and passive cooling technologies and so on and so forth. And for water utilization efficiency, water usage efficiency, we are looking in terms of what is the per capita consumption, what is the per capita consumption of electricity utilized for water supply, so on and so forth. So how we can bring efficiency within the resources. And finally, the waste management, how the waste is being treated, are they being segregated, and so on and so forth. I think within all these processes, I think the citizens play a key role. The society, the civil society, and the institutions within the city play a key role. The key challenge is getting them all together, and what we are trying to do through the assessment is at least enabling cities to start engaging with them. Probably some of the cities through the Smart City Mission and also through some of the other government programs are able to sustain it through by establishing platform. I think Maji Vasundhara is one of the initiatives where Maharashtra government is planning to do these kinds of initiatives at a state level. But even within the city, are city level platforms available for these people to come and engage with? the final thing I want to leave it is that we also have something called as Climate Practitioners India Network. We currently have more than 900 members who have volunteered their time to work with the cities, and cities also accepting their services for, especially if there is a green building expert, if there is a energy expert, if there is a monitoring expert, or even if there is an architect or a planner whom the city can reach out to. So we have this compiled database, and this network has been running for over a year now, and we are able to see a lot of synergy. There is a lot of ask from the city, and there is a lot of enthusiasm from these network of professionals which we wish to grow, and hopefully in the coming years we manage to bring the debate to a much larger scale. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rajashekar, for giving us such an insight of how urban resilience is very important and how it ties up to life. In fact, when we do think of segregation, when we think of waste management, when we think of using more efficient water fixtures, more low VOC paints, it's all individual choice, and that's what life talks about it. My next speaker is Kushagar Juneja. Kushagar, you have been working in a lot of kind of building friendly spaces, creating sustainable architect designs. So I would love to hear you about your own insights of how do you perceive life and your work as a connection. Kushagar.
Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for having me today at this forum. Indeed a pleasure to be here among all of you and talking about life that we have been all listening since the morning. So I think the plethora of things that the sustainability itself combines, and like Sir said in his session, buildings are leading to a lot of that emission, 40%, and it's growing. We were looking at, you were working on some action plans for some state governments in energy efficiency, and we were looking at the contribution of buildings is on the rise, starting from the last decade and ongoing to the coming decade. There is a reason behind that, is the industry is actively looking at energy efficiency, and the industrial consumption always does not increase at the same pace at which the production increases. So the consumption of energy is relatively a lower percentage of the GDP contribution when you talk about industry. When you talk about agriculture, though it is energy intensive in terms of pumping and tractor usage, but the agricultural consumption is also very well tackled by the renewable energy systems, and now we have a Kusum scheme in place which is aiming to replace all the pump sets with solar pump sets, the grid separation from a dedicated grid to the agricultural feeders, and so on. So, so that leaves us with people. And being a very people-centric economy with a lot of people, with a great population that we have, which is also a strength to our economy, that population adds to a lot of new dwelling units, a lot of new commercial units, a lot of new buildings, and that leaves us with a rising energy consumption. To bring to the fact, when we talk about the emissions, and when we spoke in Glasgow last year about 45% emission intensity reduction, our emissions as compared to 2005 levels were 28 grams CO2 per INR GDP. And that already reduced to 19 grams CO2 per INR GDP as of 2019. And our target is to reduce it to 15.28 grams CO2 per INR GDP in 2031. So this is a drastic reduction. Now we have to understand what this exactly means. It means that we are going from an economy which is growing. We are targeting a $5 trillion economy by 2030. So the economy will grow, the GDP will grow, and energy consumption is poised to grow along with the economy. So now the target is to reduce the emission intensity, that is per GDP, how much emission you are creating. So that needs to reduce. We are not able to still with our current effort, we are not able to reduce the absolute emission. That will take some time, but we are able to reduce the emission intensity, and thankfully the country is at the right path when it comes to policy making in any sector. The minister was earlier talking about several initiatives that different parts of the economy are taking: transport, agriculture, industries, buildings, and discoms and municipalities. So that ways we are very well placed in terms of policy. A lot of these policies are now visible at national level dashboards. So a lot of this data, whether you talk about pump solarization, whether you talk about grid separation, whether you talk about number of EVs, whether you talk about discoms taking efforts to reduce their transmission and distribution losses, all this data is now available at the national level dashboards. And this data is of very much use when it comes to policy making. A lot of us do work in the policy sector, and life, when we talk about life, I think this is the next step to policy making, where all of us as citizens imbibe what we already have: language. We are a country with a lot of languages. Every 100 kilometers it is said we have a new language. And language talks about environment. You'll see a lot of folklore that has birds in it, that has animals in it, that has local food in it. So that is one part of life. Dress. You'll see the south, the north, the east, the west, all have different dressing customs. You'll see even in the weddings in the south, they still follow those customs. That again brings in environment to a large extent. Food. In Rajasthan, I belong to the state of Rajasthan, we eat very spicy food, and that is to beat the heat. So, so again, that brings in a lot of the environment, and that is precisely what is being communicated with lifestyle for environment. In our prayers, in our buildings, for example, if you see any of the heritage buildings, you don't feel very warm even in the summers. The buildings have thicker walls, but we have alternate solutions. If we don't have space, if the space is premium, we have insulation, we have other ways in which you can tackle those things while not compromising on the energy efficiency. The minister said the planet is one, but our efforts are many, and thanks to our Prime Minister, I would say life, he's been promoting it in Man Ki Baat, like small minuscule efforts. One Man Ki Baat episode I was listening to, and he appreciated the effort of rejuvenating a Bawdi in Udaipur. And then another one where he was mentioning a company which is making wooden toys, diverting from plastic toys. So all these small incidences, all these small mentions from the top leadership really inspires people to follow what is being preached on in life. And the Bureau of Energy Efficiency, Ministry of Power has several initiatives like turning on our air conditioners at a limited degree use. There are several action plans, whether it is the climate action plan, the energy efficiency action plan, the energy transition action plans at various ministry levels that are being undertaken. And I'm sure if not India, then nobody else. I think we would beat the race and in the climate change, and we would stand ahead of everybody else. These are my thoughts, and thank you for listening to me. Thank you. Thank you.
Great, Kushagar. It is always nice to listen to you. And as you said, that language talks about environment. That's very precise. That's a good point. And for those who are not from India, Bawdi is a traditional step-well structure, which Kushagar used as a colloquial term. But it is it has been the backbone for water conservation in India for several hundred decades. We just have an emergence here. I think we have Dr. Ram Babu with us. He is also about to leave in another 20-25 minutes. So I tender my kind of a small apology to Raghu and Kajol. But I will now invite Dr. Ram Babu to be on the dais. And I have been, I know him for several years, and he has been a stalwart for a lot of environmental kind of work. Not only now he's pursuing the carbon, but he has been in several areas. So I would love to know what are your insights on what is the future for environmental professionals or the services you render in terms of life as a movement. Dr. Ambabu.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. Yeah, I think the India has brought the conversation to the consumption patterns very rightly. And even if I look at the way the decarbonization occurs or would happen, I see the decarbonization happening, major decarbonization happening in electrification. Most of the use cases have to get electrified, whether it is mobility, whether it is heating in the industry, major use cases have to get electrified. And whatever gets electrified has to be re-electrified. Re is RE, that means the electricity should become completely RE. So, and subsequently, we have, of course, industrial decarbonization. Electricity forms a very little part of the energy. So you have a lot of use cases where the energy needs to be still decarbonized, and that is where the hydrogen, green hydrogen will come in. And there is a lot of chemistry that emits carbon dioxide. So you have to have, call it green chemistry and zero carbon chemistry. So you need to have zero carbon reduction of the steel, zero carbon activity in various areas, okay, to be able to decarbonize. So after doing all these things, I still feel a significant portion of the decarbonization still remains, and that just cannot be done unless otherwise we reorganize our production, which we are doing, but the consumption pattern. So the production-consumption linkage leading to circular economy, if we are not able to do that, at least we believe that we estimate that the 30% of the decarbonization cannot happen, and 30% of the decarbonization through carbon capture, utilization and storage or direct air capture is extremely difficult. It's much more difficult for countries like India with a lot of land constraints than many other countries like, it could be Australia or it could be US. They could have a significant amount of sequestration activity, etc., etc. So it is very, very important for us and also for the globe to look at the production consumption absolutely seriously. And one of the important things I have seen in this COP is that the technological progress towards decarbonization is a bit unexpected and unprecedented. Things that were to happen in next 5 years, the cost economics that were to work out in the next 6-7 years have taken only 1 year to work out or 2 years to work out. So I think there is an unprecedented technological acceleration. But this unprecedented technological acceleration and optimism should not give rise to continuing with the kind of consumption doing which we have reached this problem. Today we arrived at this problem because of spurious consumption, and this technological optimism and these possibilities that are arising should not lead us again saying that, oh, continue the consumption, there is no problem. There is no need for energy efficiency. The most of the energy can be generated using renewables and energy storage or even batteries or whatever. So I have energy, so why I need to bother all that? I think the consumption has to be focused for much larger issue as a philosophy, as a way of life, rather the spurious consumption needs to be cut down. The consumption has to be more and more utilitarian. Okay, so, and that I think the focus of life is. And today I represent a company called Greenco. We are essentially in the renewable energy. We have a 7.5 gigawatt of operating renewable energy assets. By 2024, we will be building 50 gigawatt hour per day energy storage. And 2 gigawatt every year we will build the alkaline electrolyzers, and manufacture green ammonia, green hydrogen, green methanol, etc., etc. Green, we call it zero C molecules, zero carbon molecules. While this group is doing all that, we have a focus as Greenco into circular economy. We are committed to net zero by 2040, 10 years earlier, and that is including scope 3. We know the challenges of scope 3. We know that the wind turbine I procure has to be made out of green steel if I have to do scope 3 zero by 2040. So we need to work with, that is the reason why we are working with circular economy to the extent possible, much before green steel comes up. Okay, solar recycling, solar repurposing, all those activities we are doing. We are also collaborating with the research organizations, etc., to be able to achieve that. But one point I wanted to make is that our Greenco has another group company which is going to organize Formula E race first time in India in Hyderabad in February. It's a e-car racing. There are 13 events that occur globally every year of the e-car racing. We want to bring in e-car as a fun, e-car as normal, e-car as business as usual. So when we are doing this race in Hyderabad in February 13, the only location in India out of the global 13 locations, what are we doing is very, very interesting. Number one, all the energy that gets into the e-car and the whole event organization is going to be simply renewable energy, right? Simply renewable energy. And that renewable energy is also not that renewable energy normally carbon footprinting guys count. 1 year I feed in, 1 year I draw the renewable energy. That is not renewable energy. Our renewable energy will be fed in, drawn within that 15 minutes interval. 15 minute by 15 minute interval, okay, just we were the global compact of CFE. Any energy, if it has to have a carbon footprint zero, renewable energy, it has to be fed in and within 15 minutes it has to be drawn out. Any accounting that is done for 1 year to 1 year is no longer renewable energy because it is using what energy we don't know and it is unnecessarily using the grids banking, okay, etc., etc. More importantly, what we are doing again for the life is that in that activity, that Formula E activity, whatever emissions that get left out, because my audience are going to travel all over from the world and we are taking their complete carbon footprint. And that carbon footprint is also very specific. If he is traveling by a particular airline, I'm not counting it as an airline distance and multiplying by a factor. I'm asking him to showcase his airline ticket and the carbon footprint of that particular airline. So he has that conscious effort to choose an airline to come to this particular event. And if he does that, we are going to give him some rewards, okay, etc., etc. So all that. But more importantly, what we are going to do is that we are going to pull out from Hyderabad all households, all the plastics, all the electronic waste, all that is stocked there, solid waste that is stocked there, we are going to pull out, recycle, and our promise is that we will do 10 times more carbon emission reduction by recycling the Hyderabad domestic waste, all kinds of domestic waste. Domestic waste means not the organic domestic waste, inert domestic waste. We will bring it out, recycle all that, and reduce carbon by 10 times the carbon dioxide emission of the event. Not one time. We are not just going for carbon neutral. 10 times we will pull it out. So we will completely clean up during this event the Hyderabad of its electronic waste, of its plastic waste, and other kinds of inert waste is what we are doing. Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Rambabu. You kind of opened so much a kind of galaxy of solutions that it is very optimistic, and I would, from ASSOCHAM, would love to congratulate you on the initiatives part. And you spoke about energy storage, renewable energy, and also about zero, I would say low carbon, which is also methanol, ethanol. The transition from C10 to C or C2 is very important for India in ensuring the energy security, and that's what we have initiatives from Government of India. So talking about energy, how can we leave WRI, the World Resource Institute? So I would now invite Kajol, who is an energy specialist, and I think she has a presentation, so I would like my great IT team to pull up the presentation of Kajol. Yeah, I think it's the right presentation. Great. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pinaki. This is
This is the right platform, I think, where we can pitch about the work that we have been doing. And thank you for bringing this all together and working together on this. Really glad to be part of this session and to participate in this panel discussion as well. So I have 2 case studies to share here, which links back to the the work that we are trying to do under the lifestyle for environment, life. And here, I believe these 2 case studies are expected to gradually nudge the different stakeholders that are involved in the different segments. In the morning, we saw there is a focus on industries, buildings, across different segments. So I think that these are the ones which can actually help the market to respond and tailor to the supply and procurement. So the first case study that I have is for the industrial sectors. We already know like how the MSMEs and the small businesses are important for India, and we are working very closely with these small businesses in the cluster setup and in the large secondary, in the large corporate supply chain setup. So the one approach that we have taken is to work with the industrial association, where we try to bring in the different members of these association, and that becomes like a community approach through the peer-to-peer learning and to bringing them together to see how better we can work on the clean energy adoption or reducing the cluster level GHG emission rather than just individual. It is individual, but at a cluster level, it becomes more like a community-based approach. And their benefit and motivation is usually being the monetary saving that they get and the global competencies that will be coming along with it. The another is the large corporates. Most of the large corporates have their supply chain, which are the small businesses, and the large corporates have set their targets that they want to be carbon neutral or they want to go carbon negative. So this is the way that they are passing on their target, their scope 3 to some of these small businesses, which help eventually the corporate, the MSMEs, all together across the supply chain to be more clean energy transition. And also at the same time, because these are the supply chain and the corporates, they also look at how the just transition and people and environment can be put as a center stage and how they are interlinked together. So these are the some of the anchor partners that we worked with. This is just to give a little background, because I might be using these words like Naroda Industrial Association, the H&M suppliers, or different clusters. So this is just to give that background and to create that momentum that if I am speaking about that, this is what I am referring to. So these are the key stakeholder. I would not like to spend much time on like, why are we doing this, but more importantly, how this we can interlink together and how do we bring this idea together. So the idea was to look at how better monitoring of the data can be done, improving the client interactions, monetary saving, and the idea is to also not to forget the fair and equitable transition for the clean energy supply chain. At the each stages, if you look at, these are the different stakeholders that are involved in the understanding and the capacity building, beginning from the industrial association, going to the individual industries, the local consultants, and then the supply chain or the vendors as well, the solar suppliers or the energy efficient technology providers. So they all come together, and that becomes like a demand aggregation for the MSMEs, where the overall, the GHG emission reduction can be bought in. So this was the work that we have done in Naroda, and even not just stopping at adoption of the clean energy technology, some of these clusters have become so proactive that during the time of the, now that we have Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav or we are celebrating any of these national holidays, they try to be more climate pro and implement and plant a lot of the trees in their cluster. So they have started with the implementation processes as well. They've started to do a lot of work around the waste minimization, how to reduce their sewage water treatment and the ETP, because ETP is another very challenging, the effluent treatment plant is another very challenging sector when it comes to the water for the MSMEs. So they have started to look at each different segments since the time we have got involved with them, and this actually made like, how they can work together as a cluster, as an independent individual industries, when they can collaborate a lot together to work towards the betterment. So when we worked on this demand aggregation work, the motivation for them was definitely to have a better technical understanding. And that was something which we also feel the capacity building of the MSMEs are very important, and that made them to take the right decision. So it's important to de-risk and mitigate some of those technologies. And with these whole estimations that we have done for the implementation of a rooftop solar in the different clusters, energy efficiency improvement, we estimated that annual electrical generation from these installation and the efficiency improvement would be around 6.86 gigawatt across the two clusters that we work. And if we extrapolate this across the clusters that we have worked, there is an overall potential for 75 megawatt, which is quite huge, just taking like 2-3 clusters and the MSME cluster. So if we actually try to do it at a very large scale across the different MSMEs, because I know you already know there are about 64 million MSMEs, there are thousands of these clusters which are there in India. So if even we start with the smaller clusters and we try to bring in some of these innovation and some of these proactive measures where the cluster level approach can be taken, there can be a huge GIG emission reduction. The another case study that is, we have been hearing a lot about the industries, how the urbanization is happening. So this is a program which was being launched with Vidyut Rakshaka in Bangalore particularly. The aim was to conduct the simple energy consumption assessment at the household level. So different apartments and different houses were being part of this program. The measures was to see how the residents can look at this program and how better we can do around it. So the goal was to look at more on the behavioral changes. The concept was conceptualized by WRI and TIDE. TIDE is a grassroots level NGO, and this initiative was in response to the ever-widen the demand-supply gap, in the electricity demand-supply gap in India. And alongside the field studies were being conducted to just collect the data to create the baseline, like what is their current energy consumption. And the idea was to see how much 1-2 BHK flat is consuming versus their neighbor. So it was more about the behavioral changes that we wanted to bring and to nudge them how better they can keep versus what their neighbors are doing. So when you compare yourself, because even if you look in India, if we have a power cut, we always go out and see is there a power cut in my neighborhood also or not? Or is it only me who is having a power cut? So it's always that, we look a lot towards our neighbor, what they are doing, how they are behaving. So this whole program was to nudge people on their behavioral analysis through their neighbors. So if your neighbor is consuming less, you will be able to see that where are the gaps that you can also reduce your electrical energy consumption. So the recommendations were ranging from the basic housekeeping, the behavioral changes to measure the need for the smaller investment in the star labeling, either having a star labeled appliances or just keeping your the refrigerator slightly away from the wall, closing your window, better insulation system if you have ACs. So this kind of the program was actually helped connected a lot of the homes with the suppliers and also provided the recommendation for the implementation. So at the end of this exercise, the cumulative neighborhood saving was also shared with the local utilities, which actually helped in the local utility to also understand what better and how they can utilize at the demand saving. So there is also the research paper that we have developed. The working paper is available on our website. So I'll just take the figures from there. So in this study, about 2,000 households were involved in Bangalore. And we found that around 7% reduction in their annual monthly energy consumption from the household over the course of 1 year, the data that we have collected. And if we try to extrapolate these numbers again, like at the household, the Bangalore is having a huge space for the housings and urban setups. There is an estimate that around 60 million USDs per year can be saved by the simple energy saving measures. And around 604 million kilowatt hours of electricity can be saved over the normal billing period when we compare it along with that. So I think these are some of the case studies that I just wanted to share and see, like, how we can position ourselves well that can lead to and push the narrative for addressing the pro-climate measures and reduction in the GHG emission by simple energy saving measures or simple energy consumption proactiveness and renewable energy proactiveness. And this could be the individual behaviors, but when contribute to the mass or a community-based movement as well, and that is what the life is about. Yeah, thanks. Happy to answer the questions if there are any.
Thanks, Kajol. I keep on nudging my speakers because time is very limited. But and also thank you all of you for being here. We have kind of transition from a kind of discussion from buildings, water, building materials to energy requirement, energy storage, some ambitious target. It's also important to know how the energy is supplied, whether it is renewable, whether it is biomass based, whether it is something else in terms of batteries. So with us we have Raghu, who is also the founder of a group called KIS, Knowledge Integration Services. And Raghu, you have been doing a lot of work in terms of biomass-based energy systems. And that's what, in fact, the life is also all about, in kind of nudging people and communities to adopt not only healthy lifestyle, but also to ensure that energy access is also affordable. So I would now invite you to share your presentation. I'll ask my wonderful IT team to put up Raghu's presentation. Thank you.
Yeah, before the presentation comes on the screen, I would like to thank Mr. Pinaki and ASSOCHEM for having me here. It's indeed a great pleasure to be here on this stage and to discuss the details. This is just to give a brief about what I'm talking. So we have been doing projects all across the world in producing sustainable carbon negative fuel. As you can see here, we are Asia's largest producer of carbon negative fuel, and also Asia's largest producer of carbon negative fuel, and also the carbon credits. Let me come to the Indian projects. Prime Minister Modi's constituency in Varanasi, we are doing a project wherein the cow dung, what we call generally, is animal dung is one of the most dangerous methane emitters. So how do we convert this problem into an opportunity? So we are doing a project in India at Prime Minister Modi's constituency. It was handpicked by PMO to us to do this project, wherein the dairy collects the milk as a product from all the farmers who breed cows. But now, along with the milk, we also collect the cow shit or cow dung. And we process that cow dung and we produce power. That power will feed this dairy farm in Varanasi. So we are decarbonizing or achieving net zero at two places. One is we're eliminating cow dung, which will produce methane. From that, we produce power that will reduce the fossil fuel consumption in the dairy. So we have two decarbonizing happening at two different sectors. And we also produce a very effective biofertilizer. It's called PROM, phosphate-rich organic manure. And we eliminate chemical fertilizer also. So this project is going to be a trend setting in India. And besides that project, we are also doing one more project in Kota, in Rajasthan. This is also very, very special project. All the cow breeders who have 10 to 14 cows, they all come into one society or one particular housing complex, what you can see here. All the cow dungs in that society will be collected and will produce biomethane, and that biomethane will go to the entire 1,800 homes by piping. So that will be the world's first circular economy housing complex, or you can say the model future housing complex or the future housing society or city. And you can see that the cow breeder will sell the cow to the dairy farm, and we will collect that cow dung from that all the 1,800 homes, and we'll process it in a waste to energy plant. We supply the biomethane to the entire 1,800 homes by piping. They don't use any LPG. So there is no fossil fuel used in this housing complex for the cooking purpose or heating purpose. So that housing complex would be the most sustainable. And for the power, it will be solar. So world's most sustainable housing complex or housing society. This can be implemented in every city, everywhere, particularly in all developing countries in Africa. Could be a wonderful example to do that. That is already been done in Kota, Rajasthan. And you achieve decarbonization of many sectors here. And this is another model which we have done for Amul in India. I'm only focusing on Indian projects, to Indian pavilions, so I would not talk about our other projects outside India. So this is the project we have done in Amul, which is in Banas Dairy. As you can see here, Asia's first model, definitely, I'm not sure the world, since the last 2 years operating very well. We produce, again, same from organic waste, cow dung. Amul is India's largest dairy farm. And we process that dairy farm. We make it biomethane, and we sell that biomethane to the local cars and taxis and drivers. So we achieve this model so that the oil and gas industry can follow this, wherein we have a biomethane produced in the backyard, and we are selling biomethane in the front yard. With this, we achieve decarbonization of transport sector, wherein you can see the vehicles. The future petrol stations would be like this. So in next 20 years, I would see this kind of model in every city or every taluk or every hobli, what you call in India. So wherein you don't have to have any fossil fuel in the society. So everything used to make biomethane, and the vehicles come in to use that one. We decarbonize transport sector also, and also decarbonize the cow dung and municipal waste, food waste, etc. Thank you so much. Any questions, and I'll be happy to answer. Thank you so much.
That's great, Raghu. I think that's the beauty of kind of having success stories in your kitty, and you can be very precise. And you can just say that we have done this, but this is a very huge impact in terms of energy transition. Also, ASSOCHAM has a green building certification program which is called GEM. It started 6 years ago by my HOD Neeraj and a wonderful team which also includes Kushagra here. And I love this transition from being like Dr. Rajshekhar started with the resilient cities, including water, waste management, how people can contribute individually to that. Then Kushagar gave us an insight of what could be done in terms of the emission reduction intensity from a building perspective. That's also important. And then Kajol gave us an overview of how policies can be tied up with communities, and each individual could kind of enable a energy change behavior. And also ending by Raghu saying that we have right solutions which are existing in place, which have been tested, which have been kind of found successful. So thank you all of you. We will move on to the next panel now, which is also very exciting. And we'll come back again to the audience for any questions after this. Thank you so much, all of you. So I will now invite, I'm sorry, I will invite the next panel in just a minute. And we are very thankful to all our partners who have made the COP program successful, including WRI, IYCN, and all the industries which have given us support for the COP. Sorry, I am doing all the self-practice. This is also live, being sustainable in a way. So I would invite now our next panel speaker from IYCN, Rajni, Manish, he will be joining in a short while, and Tanushree from CEW. Yeah, Manish is here just in time. Thank you, Manish. And in our endeavor of ASSOCHAM being like participating in COP, we also want to have some gender equality. So I hope this is just a beginning for Indian industries. Great. So we have now also a very young panel with us. And I will start with probably Rajni, because she's from IYCN, Indian Youth Climate Network. And IYCN is, of course, a national network of young people who are passionate about working on climate change solutions since 2008. So Rajni, I will invite you to share what inspires you as a person, as a young person, and what are your thoughts on the whole entire concept of life, and how can it be a catalyst in the global climate action. So Rajni, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Pinaki. In the decade of 1940, India's freedom movement was in full swing. When Laurie Baker, a renowned architect, was about to visit China, on his way to China, he visited Gandhiji. In their meeting, he asked for a message. So Gandhiji suggested him that wherever he goes, wherever he stays, design a house. But how should the house be? The material used should be available within 30-kilometer radius from that place. Local manpower should be used to build the house. Laurie Baker realized that building such a house will minimize cost of transportation of materials. Material would be acclimatized with the weather condition, and used of local workforce could give job to the local people. Laurie Baker realized the importance of advice, and he built such a houses. After that, he never went back to China nor his motherland. So Gandhiji, being a catalyst, inspired Laurie Baker, and he created sustainable environment-friendly habitat. Climate change and its effects on human life are global, but we people have to deal with it locally. The effect of climate change on key components of human life are multifaceted. It threatens clean air, safe drinking water, nutritious food, and secure housing, and has the potential to reverse the decades of global health advances. Lack of good air to breathe, contaminated water, and drastic change in weather condition are few examples that climate change is, and in the near future will more drastically affect our lives and cause more problem for us. For example, we recently faced pandemic and its ill effects on human life. As per World Health Organization, between 2030 to 2050, climate change is projected to result in around 2.5 lakh more fatalities per year due to starvation, malaria, diarrhea, and heat stress. The direct harm cost to health are predicted to cost almost between $2 billion to $4 billion annually by 2030. Areas with inadequate health infrastructure, especially poor nations, will be the least equipped to react and prepare without financial aid. During this time, it is very important that the government take immediate action to deal with this situation. For more the issue of climate change is neglected, the bigger this problem will become. This is the time for immediate and effective action. This is where India's guiding role as a climate agent for accelerating the climate action comes into play. In recent time, India's India has taken the lead in tackling climate change and has come up to become the leader in saving the environment and moving towards green energy. Though it is International Solar Alliance, recently launched Life Mission Life, now the question arises that how we, the people, the global citizen of this planet, can help in saving our environment. Just like single drop of water cannot make ocean, it is made up of n number of innumerable drops of water. So in the same way, India or any other country cannot do it alone. We have to be together in this moment. We need to make a smart choices and move towards sustainable and green ways in our daily life. The path towards this transformation involves making everyday choices within our control, such as driving and flying less, moving to green energy sources, and altering our diet and purchasing habit. And there are 3R, like reduce, reuse, and recycle. Effective use of that 3R have to be there. And here I am adding 4th R, that is repair. We are in a habit of purchasing gadgets of most of us purchases electronic gadgets after every 6 months. But what happened to that e-waste? We have no idea about it. So we have to be very careful about our purchasing habits as well. We need to become example for others and become ambassador for protecting our environment. Students have a major role to play and help in raising awareness. When we talked about life as a catalyst, so who can be a catalyst? So catalyst can be a single person, can be an institute or government. And I'm very proud to share a few examples from India. 50 years ago, there was no infrastructure or very less infrastructure of clean and reasonably good restroom outdoors. But one person, Mr. Bindeshwar Pathak, thought of it. And it is 50 years now that Sulabh International has restroom at bus station, roads, everywhere in India. Many people got benefited from it. So he thought about it. He has a vision, and it works like catalyst. Another example of Mr. Rajendra Singh, famously known as Waterman of India. He thought of building Johar, like soil dam, in desert land of Rajasthan and make it possible to live a good life with sufficient water. Pani Foundation has done tremendous good job, like Amir Khan and his team works for soil and water conservation. Slowly it become a people's movement. Many people talk about deforestation, make fuss about it, but lady from India, Timanna, she planted trees her entire life. I would like to end my speech by one small story. Like we all are gathered here, so there was a conference going on, and Gandhiji was going to address that meeting. Meeting place was not clean, and everyone was fussing about the cleanliness of that room. Gandhiji also noticed the situation, and he led by example, cleaning his own place, and everybody follows the action asked by Gandhiji. And within few minutes, the hall got clean and meeting proceeded. Only through collective approach can we ensure that world is more habitable for our next generation. Thank you.
Thank you, Rajni, for giving us so many inspiring stories. And that's also, I think, the essence of life as a catalyst for climate action, because we also have our Swachh Bharat Abhiyan, we also have a lot of schemes, not only in energy, but also in water conservation, lake conservation. I'm going to invite Manish now. Manish comes from a serial entrepreneur background. He has a lot of work under his kitty in terms of not only kind of energy, but also in fashion industry as well. So Manish, what's your thought on life as a catalyst and how it can inspire the global action? Thank you, Pan.
Thanks, Pinaki ji. In fact, it's been a pleasure to all associate with the team here. And having heard Rajni and Ram Babu all around, I mean, overall, I see the picture where there is a lot of hope from overall the whole thing. And to tell you frankly, the last 5-6 days that I've been following the entire COP27 events that have been happening, the commitments that have been made, I somehow felt that we were not doing enough. But there is positive hope when I hear people like Ramesh Babu or Rajni around it and that kind of thing. I'll just like to add a short story, how I went about this entire thing. To just give you a background, I've been an engineer and an entrepreneur building out companies across the world for the last 20 years. And 7 years back, I started out an EV company. To tell you frankly, it was never about the climate change. I was just riding the next wave. And that's the truth. Even in the social gatherings, people used to talk about their future generations, what they want to build around it, and everything around. I was oblivious. I never cared. That was the ground reality. An incident happened. 2021 February. I was blessed with a daughter. I named her Leah. And the day I held her in arms, I can pretty much tell you that the feeling that ran through me, I was like, what the heck am I getting her into? The world, it's with the climate deterioration, with the political instabilities, the hatred, the inequality. Is this what I'm getting her into? 10, 15 years down the lane, when she grows up and she questions me like a Greta Thunberg that what the heck did you do? I do not have an answer. And that's when I truly tell you that I decided to pivot my entire company out. And I went around. I've been traveling for the last 2 years. Ridiculously every month I've been traveling 20 days. And I've been trying to figure out where the actual solutions people are working on. And believe me, these are SMEs and not large corporates. And individuals, to just point out, like, there are stalwarts like Almitra Patel, who you would have heard about. The whole waste segregation was originated through her. The segment around Ilangos, who worked on building out entire villages and not only made them green, but also the factor that the economic earnings around that entire village went up from 5,000 rupees per month to 40,000 rupees across the entire village. And that's the kind of impact that people have had. So looking at that entire thing, I think the major part which Ramesh Babu also pointed out, that actually what the larger corporates or the governments, which they are doing fantastic, but the way the movement would be, it's not going to be that fast. And having just read the article, I think it was yesterday or day before, that with the current interventions, we just have 9 years. And this 9 years, it's not going to be possible for the corporates to help us give that thing to us in platter. All of us need to wake up and contribute to it. It's through every week of life, whether it's, we hail an EV ride, or whether it's through organic food or a sustainable product or anything around that. Everything contributes. But the fact is, what is the driving force? It's not just about the planet. I feel it's not about the penalties or the things that we are actually imposing on the people who have done it for the last 50, 70 years. They were not aware. And I don't count them that they did anything wrong in that perspective. Yes, if they further go on, that will be wrong. But if we start out a rewards platform, a rewarding mechanism, an incentives mechanism, which helps every individual to contribute and get benefit from it, that is where the drive will come in. And I feel that the 30% effort that we can make in this space itself will be tremendous in that line. Just to conclude around that, in this effort, we on the April of 15th, we are launching out a platform, a global platform for every individual for whatever they do across their daily life. We would be building out a rewarding and incentive mechanism where they can benefit from it, and we can consolidate and show what the difference that we can make around that. And just to add to that, I would like to end this with a statement, a quote from Mother Teresa, which goes that I alone cannot change the world, but I can cast a stone across the waters to create a ripple. Thank you.
Yes, Manish, that was very wise words from Mother Teresa you shared. And I think it's just wow that you will be launching a platform which will reward people for taking individual action. That is simply amazing, and I look forward to it in getting it. So we have now heard the IYCN about youth perspective. We have heard an entrepreneur. And I go back to one of my favorite organizations, CEW. Now, Tanushree is here. Tanushree is involved in the air pollution program, which you might be a little thinking why air pollution is, how is air pollution related to life? So let's hear Tanushree of how she is kind of taking care of it and what is in store for us, and how does life as a catalyst could be used for climate action, not only for India, but globally. Tanushree, floor is all yours.
Thank you so much, Pinaki. Super excited to be a part of this panel. Also feeling slightly overwhelmed. So much passion, so much excitement, so much drive from the other speakers. It's going to be a tad challenging to match up to the kind of drive and passion that we've seen here. Life is all about individual action, nudging individual behavior. Even the small steps can make the biggest of differences. Perhaps we could start by cranking up the temperature in this room a little bit. It's getting a bit too cold in here. So all right, tough crowd, no smiles, no response. All right, I'm Tanushree Ganguly. I lead the air quality program at the council, and Pinaki has actually thrown this, conundrum of a problem at me, wherein I'm supposed to talk about how life can actually be applied to the problem of solving for air pollution. Now, to respond to this, we first need to go back to the philosophical underpinnings of what the LIFE mission is all about. The LIFE mission, as you all know or would have heard since the beginning of today, has three verticals, essentially. So there is, of course, the nudging individual behavior. The second piece is around enabling markets. And the third piece, of course, is around how do we create a policy ecosystem which actually encourages a pro-planet lifestyle? So the way I'll respond to your question, Pinaki, is that sort of clinically try and dissect how each of these three principles can actually be applied to the problem of air pollution. So talking about the first one, which is nudging individual behavior. This is a bit of a no-brainer, right? If you have the option to choose a sustainable mode of transport, you would potentially use that. If you knew that by cutting down, by actually segregating your waste, you're cutting down the amount of waste that's going to the landfill and eventually, getting burnt, you would potentially segregate your waste at home. If you knew that by using energy-efficient appliances, you're actually reducing your energy footprint and therefore reducing the energy demand of the country, then you would potentially start using energy-efficient appliances. So that's one way to think about how individual behavior can, one, sort of reduce energy demand and thereby also reduce implications for air quality that we breathe. The second one is a bit more trickier, which is about enabling markets. The first problem that comes to my mind is the problem of stubble burning in the northern part of our country. I'm sure those of you who follow the drama around air pollution in the Indo-Gangetic Plain know that stubble burning or burning of crop residue is a huge contributor to the problem. Now, what has the problem of stubble burning got to do with market creation? Now, in the first place, paddy. We have to understand why is it that farmers do sort of, grow paddy. Because the demand for alternative crops like millets which is actually, does not use as much water, is not as much. Therefore, there is a need in tinkering of demand for crops which are potentially less water intensive as paddy is, and also diversify our crop mix in the process. The third piece, which is around policy signals. And this is where the most interesting bit comes in. I mean, believe it or not, India already has a very strong program called the National Clean Air Program, which has actually created an immaculate framework for actually instilling pro-planet lifestyles within people. So what's going on with the National Clean Air Program, and this is one area which I love to talk about because this is the core of my research at CEW. The National Clean Air Program has essentially created a mechanism to evaluate performance of cities based on whether or not they're actually showcasing air quality improvements. And this process has been used to actually strengthen local governance in the country. So if a city is actually able to show improvements in air quality, the city gets dedicated grants for actually rolling out air quality actions, which I think is a beautiful way of empowering urban local governments and also empowering communities to actually support the local governments in their efforts. In addition to having this kind of an incentive structure, what has also happened is the government is now introducing something called Swachh Vayu Sarvekshan, which is basically a survey for how clean your city is. This actually takes into account very hard measurable indicators, which again speak to the kind of pro-planet lifestyles that people can imbibe to actually reduce their pollution footprint. So just to summarize all of it that I've said, I know I got a little pedantic somewhere midway, but essentially the LIFE mission with its 3 principles of nudging individual behavior, enabling markets, and creating a policy ecosystem for driving pro-planet lifestyles could not just have implications for improving climate, but also significantly strengthen our fight for clean air and empower local action on clean air. So that's it from me. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Tanushree, for your insights on how air pollution is also tied up with life, and it's very interlinked here. So we are just in time, and I would like to thank the Minister of Environment, Forest and Climate Change for giving ASSOCHAM and its partners CEW, WRI and IYCN an opportunity to present the solutions and case studies on how life as a mission inspires not only individual behavior, but can also bring in systematic change in tackling climate change and in building climate resilience. I would also like to thank our sponsors who has enabled ASSOCHAM and their team to be at the COP. On a special thanks to the MOEFCC IT team and the support staff who have been working round the clock, giving us all the required supports. A big thank you. And thank you to the participants, though we are very lean. I don't think we have time for questions, but I would happy to take any comments, suggestions on questions if anyone has. Yeah, you have. You can come here, sir, and yeah. Yeah, I think your question is much deeper than the scope of this thing, number one. Number two, I think I would agree to a certain extent about your comment. Life, as you know, is life cycle for environment. It is not just for the individual, but the communities and the groups who are working on environment and the allied aspects to contribute and look and reflect on how best the people's life can be made better. isn't it? Whether it is industry, whether it is some mining operations, and whether it is anything which you kind of mentioned. So it is also important to analyze and reflect that how best as an individual, how best as civil society, how best as government, how best as people from industry associations, we get them that kind of solutions, we get them the kind of the right advice to also explore and kind of minimize the drudgery they are facing. It's the people's drudgery which matters, and life also touch upon the same thing in a kind of a more, I think, in a balanced way, I would say. Yeah. Yes, sir, please.
For your comment, actually, India, if you look at the energy distribution in India, India takes 55% from the fossil fuel and currently taking 45% from the renewables, actually. So I think it's progressing, actually. So it's moving forward, actually.
Yeah.
It's a 2022 results, actually. You can look at the energy.
Yeah, so basically, also, I would like that 50% of
55% from the fossil fuel.
50%. The target is like 50% to be there.
Yeah.
Yeah. But it is right now 45. Yeah.
So I'll just take a question actually for the Mr. Manish actually. The electric vehicle issue actually, and it's very much picking up in the Indian context actually, and Tata Motors, Mahindra, and everyone is coming up with the electric vehicle segment actually. But the problem is actually the issue with the policy in terms of battery and how battery switching is possible. So far I know battery switching is possible for the two-wheelers, it cannot be possible for four-wheelers and heavy vehicles actually. So unless the battery switching is not a possibility, how does it makes a kind of solution actually?
Yeah, interesting question. And just to point out, for the last couple of years, we have been focusing on this aspect. I mean, when we pivoted out, we saw that the problem in the EV industry, it's not about the vehicles or the things around it. Where is the energy going to come from? And how quickly are you going to be able to address it? So what we did is we built out, what we have been doing now is building out decentralized energy systems all across. So where it could be from generation, storage to the charger in a very smallest of places, and which could be used to do even a fast DC charging. Even in 5-10 minutes, the batteries need to support it. So we have gone to that level that we are, I mean, to tell you frankly, in India, we do not make cells. Cells come from China as of now, but we are working with SECRI to build out the next level of things around it. We are contributing even with the Chinese partners around it to make something which is helpful on the ground to actually push this entire effort forward. Otherwise, the whole acceptability about the EV or the anything will not come if the same experience of a petrol station does not come into play. And that's what we are trying to push in across.
Yeah. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you all the panelists. We would love to end here. And I think the last comment would be to like to see climate solutions as a perspective is good, but we also have to check the life cycle of entire solution-based approach. So thank you so much. Yeah.
But don't worry, I changed mine. No, not this one. This is the छोटा सा.
ये जस्ट आप अच्छा ये क्या
Very nice. Now to say, Mahesh, no to block on there. All people from inside.
Hello. Okay. Right.
Good afternoon, everyone. We'll be starting with the event in just a couple of minutes, so I request your patience while we wait for the few more people to arrive. नहीं पहले इनका
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I would request you to please be seated. We are about to begin. All right. So, warm good afternoon to everyone. On behalf of UNDP, I welcome you all to this program on the launch of the In Our Lifetime campaign by the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, National Museum of Natural History, and UNDP. Throughout COP27 and around the world as a whole, we have seen how young voices are leading the change towards climate action and a sustainable future. The In Our Lifetime campaign is an effort to amplify these voices and ideas. To begin the proceedings, I would like to invite Srimati Naz Rizvi, Director, National Museum of Natural History, to please give the welcome remarks.
Namaskar and good afternoon to all of you. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all, distinguished guests and colleagues for the launch of our In Lifetime campaign. It is my honor to welcome Honorable Minister of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Government of India, Shri Bhupender Yadav, Ms. Namita Prasad, JS MOEFCC, Dr. Ruchi Pant, Mr. Parth Joshi, and other dignitaries present here. National Museum of Natural History is a subordinate office of Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change and is committed to create environmental awareness and promoting measures to be adopted to save Mother Earth and nature. From its inception in 1972 and to increase its geographical coverage, Ministry opened 4 regional museums at different parts of country to provide a free choice learning environment through museum communication for visitors, hence creating a greater after effect in public. As we know, India has the largest youth population in the world. 40% of Indian population is aged between 13 to 35 years. To forward and propagate a healthy and sustainable way of living based on its tradition and values of conservation, India has proposed a mass movement for life as a key to combat climate change. The concept of life implies a focus on enhancing the positive impact of one's action while working towards reducing the negative impact to achieve a net zero. It's a logical evolution of the concept of sustainable lifestyle introduced in the Paris Agreement of India. The NMNH UNDP In Our Lifetime campaign is for such youth from across the world who are living environment-conscious lives. It aims to encourage them to submit their climate action that contributes to lifestyle for the environment within their capacity, which are sustainable and scalable and serve as good practice that can be shared globally. This campaign will provide them a platform to showcase their hard work and recognize their efforts in making planet positive. This unique campaign resonates with the theme of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, or One Earth, One Family, One Future for G20 announced by our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi on November 8th. I urge you all to come forward and support us in making this mass movement for a global transformation and ensure a better future for all of us. Thank you and Jai Hind.
Thank you, Madam. I would now like to invite Dr. Ruchi Pant, Head Climate Change, Resilience, Biodiversity and Chemicals Management, UNDP India, to deliver the opening remarks.
माननीय मंत्री श्री भूपेंद्र यादव जी एवं सुश्री नमिता प्रसाद, जॉइंट सेक्रेटरी पर्यावरण, वन एवं जलवायु परिवर्तन मंत्रालय, भारत सरकार, एवं श्रीमती नाज, डायरेक्टर, नेशनल म्यूजियम ऑफ नेचुरल हिस्ट्री, एवं अन्य अतिथिगण, यूएनडीपी की ओर से मैं आप सबका इस कार्यक्रम में हार्दिक अभिनंदन करती हूँ। आज का दिन इंडिया पेविलियन में मिशन लाइफ को समर्पित है। इस श्रृंखला में ये कार्यक्रम मिशन लाइफ के उद्देश्यों को प्राप्त करने में युवाओं के योगदान को एक्नॉलेज करते हुए प्लान किया गया है। आज की युवा पीढ़ी क्लाइमेट इम्पैक्ट्स और एक्शंस की तरफ काफ़ी जागरूक और प्रेरित है। आज ज़रूरत है कि इस युवाओं की सोच और आवाज़ को पहचानने की और उनको बढ़ावा देने की। इन आवर लाइफ टाइम कैंपेन एक ऐसी पहल है जो इन युवाओं को मिशन लाइफ को सफल बनाने में जोड़ेगी। 18 से 23 साल के विद्यार्थी आगे चलकर जल्द ही हमारे ग्लोबल वर्कफोर्स का हिस्सा बनेंगे। कुछ इंडस्ट्री ज्वाइन करेंगे, कुछ फाइनेंशियल इंस्टीट्यूशंस और कुछ एकेडमिक्स, जहां इन्हें अपनी समझ, अपने ज्ञान व अपने इनोवेटिव आइडियाज़ और प्रैक्टिसेस को इम्प्लीमेंट व स्केल अप करने का मौका मिलेगा। यदि विश्व को नेट ज़ीरो इकोनॉमी बनना है तो इस महत्वपूर्ण एवं महत्वाकांक्षी लक्ष्य को प्राप्त करने में युवाओं की भागीदारी अनिवार्य है। UNDP विश्व भर में अपने सारे विकास कार्यों में यूथ पार्टिसिपेशन पर जोर देता है। यहाँ तक कि UNDP इंडिया में हमारे कोलीग्स करीब 70% जो हैं वो युवा हैं। UNDP नेशनल म्यूज़ियम ऑफ नेचुरल हिस्ट्री के साथ कई वर्षों से काम कर रहा है और युवाओं में पर्यावरण की तरफ जागरूकता बढ़ाने में कार्यरत है। कोविड-19 के दौरान जब स्कूल कॉलेज गर्मियों की छुट्टियों में बंद थे तो UNDP की यूथ टीम ने नेशनल म्यूज़ियम ऑफ नेचुरल हिस्ट्री के साथ मिलकर विद्यार्थियों के लिए स्पेशल वर्चुअल प्रोग्राम्स चलाए थे, जिससे लॉकडाउन के समय भी युवा और विद्यार्थी प्रकृति व जैव विविधता के बारे में अधिक ज्ञान प्राप्त कर रहे थे और साथ ही साथ वर्चुअली रिसोर्स पर्सन्स के साथ एक्टिविटीज़ भी कर रहे थे। जैसे कि आप सब समझते ही हैं कि क्लाइमेट चेंज का प्रभाव ग्लोबल है, इसीलिए इसका समाधान भी हमें मिलकर विश्व भर से ही निकालना है। इन आवर लाइफ टाइम कैंपेन जो हम माननीय मंत्री द्वारा अब लॉन्च करेंगे, इसके ज़रिए हम विश्व भर से युवाओं से जुड़ना चाह रहे हैं, उनके क्लाइमेट एक्शंस के सफल प्रयासों व अनुभवों के बारे में जानना चाह रहे हैं और इस कैंपेन द्वारा हम एक मंच स्थापित करने जा रहे हैं जिससे विश्व भर के युवा अपने बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस और इनोवेशंस का आदान प्रदान कर सकेंगे। भारत सरकार द्वारा मिशन लाइफ के अंतर्गत 7 वर्ग चुने गए हैं। आज सुबह ही नीति आयोग के परमेश्वर अय्यर जी ने बताया इसके बारे में कि देयर आर 37 एक्शंस एंड 7 बकेट्स। तो विश्व भर से जो हम युवाओं से उनकी गतिविधियों के बारे में जानकारी एकत्रित करेंगे वो इन्हीं 7 या 7 विषयों के अंतर्गत ही लेना चाहेंगे। अंत में मैं मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ एनवायरनमेंट, फॉरेस्ट एंड क्लाइमेट चेंज और नेशनल म्यूज़ियम ऑफ नेचुरल हिस्ट्री का आभार व्यक्त करती हूँ कि उन्होंने UNDP को इस महत्वपूर्ण कार्यक्रम में जुड़ने का अवसर दिया और साथ ही आप सबको भी हमारे साथ इस अभियान में जुड़ने के लिए आमंत्रित करती हूँ। मेरा ख्याल आप सभी 23 से तो ऊपर हैं, तो आप सब के द्वारा हम आपके बच्चों या परिवार में जो और सदस्य हैं इस वर्ग में, उम्र की वर्ग में, और आपके जो कॉन्टैक्ट्स हैं विश्व भर में, उनके साथ, उनके थ्रू इस कार्यक्रम से हम जोड़ना चाहते हैं। और UNDP के विश्व भर में 170 से ऊपर ऑफिसेज़ हैं, तो उसके थ्रू भी वील ट्राई टू रीच आउट टू द यूथ। और मेरा रिक्वेस्ट होगा मंत्रालय को कि एम्बेसी के थ्रू भी अगर हम इस कैंपेन को आगे बढ़ाएंगे तो शायद अच्छा रिस्पांस आएगा और जो फिर हम अगले COP में इसको हम एक पब्लिकेशन के थ्रू इन सबको इकट्ठा कर सकते हैं। बस यही, थैंक यू।
I would now like to invite Ms. Namita Prasad, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, to please give their special remarks.
Honorable Minister of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Government of India, Shri Bhupendra Yadav ji, Dr. Ruchi Pant, Head, Climate Change, UNDP India, Srimati Naz Rizvi, Director, National Museum of Natural History, distinguished guests and dear colleagues. I am very pleased to be part of this very august gathering. With almost half its population under the age of 25, India is a very young country, but rooted in an ancient civilization that instills traditional sustainable ways of living among all of the people. Our Our oceans are becoming warmer and more acidic. Sea ice and glaciers are melting. Sea level continues to rise, and our weather is becoming more extreme, as evidenced by the unseasonal rains in many parts of India, leading to landslides and flooding. While the picture seems grim, it's not too late to act. That is why all of us are gathered here today at COP27 to find solutions to the climate crisis that is knocking at our doors. A key player in this solution is the youth of today. Young people are important actors in the efforts towards positive climate action, and it is important to ensure their participation in these efforts and support them in understanding the scientific, economic, social, and cultural dimensions of preserving nature and biodiversity. They are the torchbearers of a more sustainable future. The Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Government of India, has been engaging with the youth through its various initiatives. Through the National Green Code program, the ministry aims at enhancing environmental awareness among young people in schools and colleges on themes such as solid waste management, water conservation, and days of environmental importance, among others, by supporting a robust network of eco-clubs. The NMNH UNDP Summer Vacation Program is sensitizing children between the ages of 12 and 18 years on issues related to clean environment, positive climate actions, sustainable water management, among others, through a series of virtual lectures by experts in their field. The National Nature Camping Program aims at providing experiential learning to young minds towards nature and conservation through trips to protected areas, nature parks, and tiger reserves of the country, leading to positive environmental actions. The NMNH UNDP In Our Lifetime campaign is being launched today and carries forward the ethos of engaging the youth in climate action by upscaling it to a global level. I welcome this campaign and applaud the efforts put in by NMNH and UNDP towards this initiative. And I look forward to the learnings and outcomes from this campaign. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. We would now like to give a brief overview about the campaign for the benefit of our global audience that has also joined us here today. May I request the ITP team to please put up the presentation? Yeah. As we all know, youth today are the driving force behind climate action. They make up 16% of the global population. And today, they are valuable contributors to climate action through their work as well as their ability to find creative and innovative solutions to some of our most pressing environmental problems. By respecting their right to a healthy future and recognizing the value of their ideas and work, we can create a template for a future that is truly sustainable. The In Our Lifetime campaign is built around the idea that the youth of today want to see the change towards a climate-friendly future to happen during their own lifetime. And they are not just demanding action, they are taking action and inspiring others to do the same. From finding scientific solutions to combat the issue of increasing plastic waste or nudging people to change their behaviors through innovation and games, they are taking rapid strides in climate action. The campaign will recognize the role of youth in climate and provide them a platform to share their stories of climate action with their peers and others. We aim for this platform to evolve into a global network of youth united to carry forward the message of Mission Life. I would now request the team to kindly play a video summarizing the campaign.
I use the metro rail as much as possible while traveling in the city.
I avoid fast fashion and shop for only sustainably sourced fabrics.
I always carry my cloth bag and avoid plastic bags as much as possible.
In Our Lifetime campaign invites young people between the ages of 18 and 23 years from across the world to share their climate action journey. Log on to www.inourlifetimecampaign.com and tell us how your work has inspired people in your community, city, region, or country adopt sustainable lifestyles. Top 5 winners will get an opportunity to talk about their work at COP28. Together, let's become pro-planet people.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now proceed to the launch of the In Our Lifetime campaign website. May I request the Honorable Minister of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Shri Bhupendra Yadav, to kindly launch the campaign website. I would now like to request Shri Bhupendra Yadav, Honorable Minister of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Government of India, to kindly give his keynote address.
A representative from the National Museum of Natural History, Ms. Naz, the Ministry Officer, Namita ji from UNDP, Madam Pant, dignitaries from other countries, dear members of the audience. Today is the event day in our pavilion, and National Museum of Natural History is the institution in our ministry. Those are doing a very wonderful work for the purpose of education and training of the student. One of the example, it's rarely happen that I associated with National Museum of Natural History at the time of introduction of cheetah. And so many people thought that how that program was so much popularized amongst the young person, because prior to that program, the National Museum of Natural History conducted more than, I think, 10,000 classes, virtual classes, to awaken the students about the cheetah, their introduction, and not to by the virtual mode. The local village students also, one day before, they went with our scientists and they saw the location and all this thing. And today I am happy that with the UNDP and National Museum of Natural History jointly launched the In Our Lifetime campaign, which has a special focus on youth being the agent of change of combat climate change crisis. Yes, we today launch the initiative with the help of different agencies, organizations. We also submitted our long-term emission, low emission strategy also. But a nation's growth requires the productive contribution of all segments of society, particularly the children and the youth, who need to be provided opportunities for self-expression. Household and national investment in children and youth yield long-term returns in terms of high productivity of the economically active population till they enter the elderly cohort. The Government of India, under the visionary leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji, is committed to providing an enabling environment to promote innovation from our emerging entrepreneurs with utmost sensitivity to sustainable growth. At the launch of India Pavilion on 6th November, I had a good fortune to facilitate 4 young scholars. Now they are sitting here also. All 4 are here? No, 3 are here. For their pioneering work in furthering mission life. Actually, they are here, but their stories are truly inspirational, what they are doing in their own local area. I think that after launching of this portal across the several regions in India and in the world also, there are many examples of our youth who have demonstrated a strong will to carry forward their centuries-old tradition where their daily lifestyle have been respecting, preserving and nurturing environment. And this portal will provide an opportunity to them to express themselves nationally also. And I strongly feel that youth should encourage to take an active part in decision making at local, national and global level. They can actively support in initiatives that will lead to the passage of far-reaching legislation. As we launch in our lifetime campaign today, I would like to congratulate National Museum for Natural History and UNDP on their effort to engage with the youth from around the world and recognize their climate action effort that resonate with the ethos of life. It is a great way to encourage youth to become the ambassador of sustainable lifestyle practices and grow into leaders that lead the way in biodiversity conservation and natural resource management. It will amplify the voices of the youth who are increasingly climate conscious and provide recognition to young climate champions. I look forward to hearing about the climate action journey and stories of change brought about by young people from around the world, and I hope that they inspire their families, communities and citizens across the globe to become active participants in our journey towards net zero. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. You have always been a great advocate for encouraging youth participation in the climate agenda. With your continued guidance, we will continue to work towards making our youth the flag bearers of mission life. Ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to the end of the program. We thank the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change and the National Museum of Natural History for providing us this opportunity and look forward to take the message of mission life to the world through our youth. Thank you.
should be like this. it's just very nice red GIZ and
Namaskar and very good afternoon to everyone. My name is Jay Kumar Gaurav. I'm Senior Advisor Climate Change and Circular Economy in GIZ India. And on behalf of GIZ India, I extend a very warm welcome to all of you to this session. It is an honor for me to moderate this session titled Transformative Green Education Experiences from India. The session will focus on encouraging sustainable lifestyle for environment among school students. We are going to share experiences from India, and in the August presence of Shri Bhupendra Yadav, Honorable Minister for Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Government of India. Today, Minister Sir will launch some exciting communication products that GIZ and MOEFCC have prepared together. And I would also like to extend a very warm welcome to Srimati Namita Prasad ma'am, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. Namita ma'am has been overseeing the activities of NMNH and has always been encouraging us to deliver good quality products out of this initiative. I would also like to welcome and thank Ms. Hannah Reuter. She's head of climate change at Asia Pacific, Latin America and Caribbean region in GIZ India. And she has took out time to attend this session. So welcome, Hannah. I would also like to welcome Srimati Naz Rizvi, Director, National Museum of Natural History. All the activities that we are discussing today have been anchored at NMNH and have been under the leadership of Naz Rizvi ma'am. So thank you very much, ma'am, and welcome to the session. Now, I would like to invite Hannah Reuter, Head of Climate Change APLAC, to give her address. Sorry, I would like to invite Namita Prasad ma'am to give her address.
I don't know how much of everybody can see me, but at least you can see my head over the podium. And namaskar and a very good afternoon to everybody. Shri Bhupendra Yadav ji, Honorable Minister for Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Ms. Hannah Reuter, Head of Climate Team, Department Asia Pacific, Latin America, Caribbean from GIZ, Srimati Naz Rizvi, Director, National Museum of Natural History, and Shri Jayakumar Gaurav, Senior Advisor, GIZ India, other dignitaries, ladies, gentlemen, and friends. It's a great pleasure to be here at the event on the transformative green education, where we will discuss some interesting examples from India on encouraging sustainable lifestyle for environment among school children. We all know that in the 21st century, the global community is facing some very complex and urgent challenges. Among these, climate change has emerged as one of the key global development priorities, since it has the potential to undermine decades of progress. A changing climate exponentially affects the most underdeveloped sections of society, both within and between countries. Combined with other social goals like equity and justice, climate change is a complex problem that demands a cooperative solution and also demands initiatives by people as individuals, families, and communities. At the previous COP, our Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji, had introduced the innovative and first of its kind dedicated mission and global movement called Mission Life that aims to bring individual behaviors to the center of climate action. Mission Life, which is Lifestyle for Environment, aims to mobilize all citizens to take measurable action to protect and conserve the environment. It draws from the traditional and cultural sustainable practices fostered in India, which are augmented and amplified by modern technology that can safeguard the planet and our future generations. This India-led global people's movement, or Jan Andolan, aims to trigger simple actions that everyone across the world can take to protect the environment. Mission Life aims at following a three-pronged strategy for changing our collective approach towards sustainability. First is by nudging individuals to practice simple yet effective environment-friendly actions in their daily lives, which targets the demand aspect. Second is by enabling industries and markets to respond swiftly to changing demand, which tackles the supply aspect. And third is to influence government and industrial policy to support both sustainable consumption and production, which is an aspect of policy. These actions are applicable across India and the global community. Coming to the reason why we are here today, art is a medium that can touch everyone, no matter what language they speak. It is not only a reflection of current society, it also represents shared values and aspirations for the future. Indian art is as old and diverse as its civilization, and Indian paintings have derived much of their cues from nature by not only using natural canvases, but also using colors and dyes which are derived from nature itself and which are in practice even today. The National Museum of Natural History, under the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, has been at the forefront in trying to introduce innovative mechanisms in capacity development on multiple topics, including environmental aspects. The museum admits people free of cost, as its 4 regional museums spread across the country, where anyone, be it children to adults, are able to experience, understand, and even take up action on multiple themes. NMNH goes beyond even the 4 walls of the museum and engages very actively with school children. Every week or so, there are interesting and engaging activities that regional museums take up with schools. This could be on waste management, nature appreciation, biodiversity conservation, cultural heritage, etc. The truth is, complex topics can be understood only if, first, someone relates to it emotionally, and then they would be able to understand the science behind it, and that would move people to action. GIZ India, under the Indo-German Technical Cooperation, is supporting NMNH in developing learning spaces on climate change at its 4 regional museums. It will begin with the 4 or 5 exhibits to start with, including games and virtual reality desk on climate change and points for reflection. These exhibits can be enjoyed by children and adults alike. The books, calendars, and other communication products were also developed under this cooperation, where a lot of thought has gone into how to reach out to children and how to engage them, and how children's unpolluted voice can spread the world of sustainable lifestyle. NMNH and GIZ India are planning to hold further events in the future with school children, including exhibits created by school children on lifestyle for environment. And I hope this Indo-German partnership blooms into more events and engagement activities on lifestyle for environment and climate change topics. These paintings, which you will see, are made by school children and are a good example of how the youth of India perceives the challenge of climate change. Each painting is deeply thought out and expressed beautifully, making it possible for everyone to realize the imperative for climate action, which is, however, not based on unscientific and baseless rhetoric, but built on solid foundations of science, social justice, reflections, and dialogues. I'm sure this creative endeavor by school children will have a profound impact on all readers and motivate them towards adopting a lifestyle which is sustainable and pro-planet. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for your inspiring words. Now I would like to invite Hannah Rutter, Head of Climate Appalach Region, GIZ, to give her address.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon to all of you, and especially to our dignitaries from the Indian government, including Shri Bhupender Yadav, the Honorary Minister for Environment, Forest and Climate Change, of course Ms. Namita Prasad, Joint Secretary of the National Museum of Natural History, from the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, and Ms. Naaz Rizvi, Director of the same museum. I would like to express my gratitude to you for inviting GIZ to organize this event with you here in the beautiful Indian Pavilion, and I feel honored to be allowed to set the scene for the discussions to follow. It is a well-known saying that we do not inherit the earth from our ancestors, but that we borrow it from our children. Further, the current generation of school children are going to be the future leaders, who will have to live with the consequences of climate change, but also will continue taking action against it. The voices and contributions of children and youth are essential for the active implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals and of the Paris Agreement, as recognized in the preamble of the Paris Agreement, which reaffirms intergenerational equity as a guiding principle for shaping climate action. Children and youth can be an important positive force for change and climate action when engaged and empowered effectively. Children and young people need to be seen as more than simple beneficiaries. Rather, they need to be seen as key stakeholders and active participants in policy development and implementation processes. This is, for example, being illustrated by an interesting research report on the future of work by the HSBC Bank, which, amongst others, surveyed job aspirations of young people across 4 continents, including India. Initial findings suggest that young people want to become agents of change in the face of the climate crisis, and that 85% of young people in India are interested in green jobs. Therefore, it is ideal that the Lifestyle for Environment, or LIFE movement, focuses on engaging school children. The LIFE mission aims to utilize the power of collective action and nudge individuals across the world to undertake simple climate-friendly actions in their daily lives. It is very likely that children will be the driving force at the household and community level for behavioral changes. These days, it's the children that tell their parents not to litter, not to waste water or plant trees, and so forth. The LIFE movement, additionally, also seeks to leverage the strengths of social networks to influence social norms surrounding climate, with children as key actors in this context. It is clear that teaching and learning are crucial to inspire and educate the next generation of decision makers, business leaders, and citizens, and equip them with the skills and knowledge to deal with the challenges of climate change. It is therefore commendable that the National Museum of Natural History, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Government of India, and GIZ, with funding from the German government, are working together to promote green education and climate change awareness among school children. In addition to this initiative, I would like to highlight that as part of the project called Strategic Partnership for the Implementation of the Paris Agreement, or short SPIPA, so-called climate change learning labs are being set up in 4 states of India. The SPIPA project is funded by the European Union and the German Federal Ministry for the Environment, Nature Conservation, Nuclear Safety and Consumer Protection, or short BMUV, and the action is being co-financed by another BMUV-funded project called India Climate Action. To conclude, there's a need to harness the skills and energy of young people in order to respond effectively to the climate and environmental challenges facing the world. Therefore, we highly value working together with the Ministry of Environment, Forestry and Climate Change, Government of India, in encouraging sustainable lifestyle for environment among school children. And now I'm very much looking forward to the next speakers who will share more about India's engagement for transformative green education. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Hannah, for that very interesting address. Now I would like to request Honorable Minister, sir, to please release the book of paintings. This book is a compilation of paintings by school children, and along with the paintings, it's not just the paintings by the school children, the children have also written their thoughts about why they made that painting in a particular way. And along with the hardbound and print edition, there is also a digital edition of the book, which I request to play in the background. So we have several copies of the book here, as well as you can download it from online, the digital edition. Now, you're looking at the book a little. Now Now I'd like to request for releasing the calendar. I think it's already been released. And then we have published bookmarks and postcards because, again, these are including the paintings by school students from India that have been selected after an intense process. And now I would like to request the dignitaries to release the posters. So there are some posters that have been and I request to play a glimpse of 40 digital posters that have been shared. And now play a launch video of the posters. After that, we would like to play a video that has been prepared by taking inputs from small children. The title of the video is Small Steps, High Aspirations. So may I request to please play the video?
Climate is a setting of Earth, but it can never be changed suddenly. There may be some reasons for the climate change.
We are the reason, we human beings.
We burn petroleum and other fossil fuels without realizing that it can adversely impact the climate.
As teachers, I feel it is our job and our duty to prepare the students for the challenges that are coming up, and climate change is a major challenge that they will be facing.
ये सिर्फ हम लोगों का बेस बात करने में नहीं होगा या गवर्नमेंट के ऊपर ये हम लोग ये ट्रैवल डाल दिएगा तो नहीं होगा हम लोग के लिए. सो स्कूल में भी एक्टिविटी के ज़रिए हम लोग बच्चों को ये सब सिखाना बहुत ही इम्पोर्टेंट है.
ये प्रैक्टिकल नॉलेज होने चाहिए, बचपन से सिखाने पड़ेगी. ये हाई स्कूल से सिखाने नहीं है, ये प्राइमरी स्कूल से सिखाने पड़ेगी.
जैसे हम लोग कर रहे हैं, हम लोग हमारे सामने ही नदी अभी 100 मीटर पे है जहाँ पे इरोजन हमारे सामने हम देख रहे हैं. तो हम वहाँ पे हम लोग ने बहुत एक्टिविटीज़ टर्म पे ट्री प्लांटेशन की तरफ पे किया है कि जो ऐसे ट्रीज़ हैं जो इरोजन को रोकते हैं वहाँ पे हम लोग ने एज अ स्कूल सब बच्चों के साथ मिलके हम लोग ने वहाँ पे प्लांट किए हैं.
I think the 3 R's, that is reduce, reuse and recycle, are the very important thing that we need to prevent a worse or a severe climate change to occur.
हम भी समय समय पर अपने विद्यालय के माध्यम से जन जागरूकता, वृक्षारोपण, जंगल अगर जलाओगे तो पानी कहाँ से लाओगे, ये तमाम तरह के कार्यक्रम करते हैं ताकि शिक्षण संस्थान से ही प्रकृति के संरक्षण की आवाज़ हम लोग उठा सके.
यदि यही भली कार्यक्रम को आम पिलामानकर पाठ्यक्रम रे अंतर्भुक्त करांता ताहले हुए तो भविष्य में प्राकृतिक विपर्य आसिले बन्या बात्या मरुड़ी जहाँ किसी आसिले आम निश्चिंत सम्मुखीन हो पारंतु.
जो हमारी नई राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति उसमें एक विषय है एक्सपीरियंस बेस्ड लर्निंग कि भाई आप स्कूल में बच्चों को पेड़ पौधों के विषय में जरा पढ़ाना है तो उनको जरा बगीचे में ले जाइए, गांव के बाहर जो पेड़ पौधे हैं वहाँ ले जाइए, पेड़ पौधों का परिचय करवाइए और इससे बच्चों में जीव विविधता के प्रति जागरूकता आएगी और पर्यावरण की रक्षा के लिए उनके दिल दिमाग में वो ऐसे बीज बो सकते हैं जो आने वाले समय में पर्यावरण की रक्षा के बहुत बड़े सिपाही बन जाएंगे.
So thank you very much for releasing the book, the calendar, postcard, video, and other communication products. All these are available in digital as well as print format through us and NMNH. And now I would like to request the Honorable Minister to kindly give his keynote address.
Distinguished guests, friends, ladies and gentlemen. You give me a thanks that I am releasing these posters, but I give my thanks to you to give me an opportunity to release this stress-free, creative minds which shows by our children. From morning onward, we are talking about life, what is life, how we sustain the life, why life is important. The whole conference is very much concerned about 1.5 degree and all this thing. There is a couplet in Hindi which says, ये ग्रह हमको नहीं उत्तराधिकार में मिला है, ये हमको अपने बच्चों से उधार में मिला है. We are living on this planet. We are not getting this planet in a succession, but actually it is a loan to us. It is a credit on behalf of our coming generation. It is an obligation to us to give them a clean planet. So today is the 2022, where we will go in 2050 or 2060 or 2070. Yes, today India gave its long-term lower emission strategy. But we are only among the 60 countries. It is not the complete world. So those who will live in the next world and the next generation, so the GIZ and Natural History Museum providing them opportunity to come with their creativity, to come with their expression, to show their anxiety, to show their creativeness, how we will save this world with the concept of life. And it is my pleasure to be here and the part of the launch of very exciting products prepared from the painting of school children from India. I was delighted to go through the book, calendar, postcard, and the bookmark. And one can see that the children have not only expressed themselves in most beautiful colors, but also have laid bare their thoughts behind the painting. It shows how strongly children are keen to be a part of a climate action in a very positive way. I am happy to know that children in school who had taken part in painting competition have been inviting and they are participating virtually in this event. मुझे यहाँ पता तो नहीं लग रहा है कितने बच्चों ने ज्वाइन किया है, पर जो भी बच्चे भारत से हमको देख रहे हैं, मैं उनको बधाई देना चाहूँगा और मैं उनको कहना चाहूँगा कि ये कार्यक्रम हम जरूर इजिप्ट में कर रहे हैं, but those who participating virtually, those children will lead us to our future, and I am very glad to see that they are developing a deep understanding of the symbolic relationship between us and the environment at such a tender age. The consciousness and sensitivity toward the environment that these children are demonstrating give me a lot of hope that the future of not only our country but the whole world is very bright and sustainable. Through their creative imagination, the young kids have shown us that a small step can inspire mass action. हमारे प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने जो मिशन लाइफ दिया है और लगातार अभी उनका वीडियो भी हम दिखा रहे थे, उसमें बच्चों को बायोडाइवर्सिटी के लिए अपने आसपास के जगहों पे जाने के लिए वो इंस्पायर कर रहे हैं। मैं समझता हूँ जो बच्चे हिंदुस्तान से वर्चुअली हमको देख रहे हैं वो निश्चित रूप से इन चीज़ों को जीवन में उतारेंगे। In the last, we look forward to more collaboration from children across the country and globe on leading a sustainable lifestyle, a lifestyle that is conscious about generation of unwanted waste, consuming resource in the right quantity, conserving the precious resource of nature, and living in harmony with nature. I would like to congratulate the National Museum of Natural History, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change for inviting school children to submit painting on lifestyle for environment, and then not only limiting to painting but also giving them a chance to explain the painting to the world through their words. I have been told that more than 16,000 school students across India participated in the unique competition reflecting on individual sustainable action that can be practiced in various parts of one's life, be it energy, food, water, waste or transportation. Some of the paintings have been displayed in the book and digital poster, but I see these as the collection of thought of 16,000 children who have expressed their support towards sustainable living, and this is the message that all of us should take away from here today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your encouraging words and supporting us in partnering on this endeavor. Now I would like to invite Srimati Naz Rizvi, Director, National Museum of Natural History, NMNH, to share experiences of developing and implementing innovative learning spaces for children in India. May I request to play the presentation in the background?
Once again, a humble namaskar to all of you. Shri Bhupendra Yadav, Honorable Minister of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Ms. Namita Prasad, Joint Secretary, Ms. Hannah Reuter, Head of Team, Climate Team, GIZ, Shri Jay Kumar Gaurav, Senior Advisor, GIZ India, other dignitaries, guests, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, and all our children, lovely children from India who are with us virtually on this platform. Right at the beginning, let me express my gratitude to the Honorable Minister for launching the products made from the paintings of school children. It is a big encouragement for the children to know that their positive and constructive thoughts on climate change are receiving attention from the world over. As we speak, we are also joined by scores of children who wholeheartedly and very creatively came up with the idea of these paintings and drew them in the calendar in the form of book, whether it is bookmark or postcard. We have actually presented their thoughts as it was, so as to preserve the unadulterated thought process that our children have for lifestyle for environment. As many of you might be knowing that National Museum of Natural History is a non-profit permanent institution in the service of society that research, collect, conserve, interpret, and exhibits tangible and intangible heritage of the country. Open to public, it is accessible and inclusive, and fosters diversity and sustainability. It operates and communicates ethically, professionally, and with the participation of community, offering varied experiences for education, enjoyment, reflection, and knowledge sharing. Natural history museums preserve and exhibit important cultural, artistic, historic, and scientific artifacts. While these exhibits provide informative and visual exploration, there are many benefits to visiting these institutions. Simply put, museums help to teach, inspire, and connect communities, and at the same time museum holds a mirror to the society. In my opinion, spaces that NMNH is working on exposing people to learn through interesting interactive exhibit is a very critical element in spreading awareness. The glimpses that you see on the screen are from many activities that NMNH has been undertaking through school children. GIZ India and NMNH are working together on the development of such interactive exhibits on climate change theme. These includes virtual reality handsets to help people experience and understand climate change, interactive digital games for children on multiple topics, games such as Snake and Ladder and Fortune Wheel adapted on climate change, to name a few. These GIZ India and NMNH co-develop exhibits, making learning a fun activity. People absorb ideas when it is self-paced, self-curated, and fun exercise. Along with these, we are co-developing exhibits on low per capita emission from India due to sustainable lifestyles, places for people to reflect on and nudge them to move towards an action that is positive, constructive, and away from non-scientific myths. It was felt that the efforts of children could be a medium to spread a word on the need to adopt lifestyle for environment. GIZ India and NMNH together came out with some very interesting communication product based on the painting which the Honorable Minister today launched. These products, be it calendar or bookmark, will not only act as an encouragement for children but also for everyone among us. In fact, many of these thoughts expressed through painting will be incorporated also into the learning space and interactive exhibits on climate change that is being developed. The idea presented in these paintings surely has encouraged us to include these elements into the interactive exhibits we have at our regional centers. We plan to take it further with the permission of Honorable Minister Shri Bhupendra Yadav, and in cooperation with GIZ India, we are planning to host events for children, nudging them to think critically on lifestyle for environment and encouraging schools to come up with their own exhibit on the themes. Transformative education needs new idea, moving away from conventional education as it usually bound by textbook and four walls of schools. I believe the example I gave and many other activities that NMNH is undertaking, linking formal and non-formal system of education, are good example to contributing towards transformative green education. I look forward for more creative and innovative techniques, tools and methods in developing and implementing learning mechanism on climate change and lifestyle for environment. NMNH is looking forward for more collaboration and fun-filled learning with children, youth and adults. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, ma'am. The activities that you have mentioned are very exciting, and it has been an interesting journey for GIZ India team as well to collaborate with NMNH. So thanks a lot for that. Now I would like to give a very short presentation about the work of GIZ India in developing learning spaces on climate change in the school ecosystem. Next slide, please. So the best part of it is that our National Education Policy 2020 focuses on holistic and multidisciplinary education, and it can't be limited to a classroom setting. In addition, climate education is specifically mentioned in our National Education Policy. Therefore, enhancing essential learning and critical thinking on climate change is required, and that's where the experiential learning, integrated inquiry-driven, discovery-oriented learning center approach is what we are trying to promote through our collaboration. MOEFCC has requested the Indo-German Technical Cooperation to explore and facilitate learning spaces. We call them climate change learning labs or climate change learning spaces. And these are going to be either in the schools or in school ecosystems like the museums. Next slide, please. So how do we communicate climate change to children and why? So the most important thing is that children are able to relate to climate and understand what climate change is going to do to their lives and what they can do about it. Then enabling school children to understand the science of climate change. It's already a part of syllabus, but if you have a practical understanding of the topic, then it's more effective. Then third component is motivating school-based activities. So it could be very simple activities like plantations or like now we have the 75 suggestions from the mission life that could be sort of promoted through the school environment as well. And then creating a climate change literate young generation is what is the objective of our collaboration. Next slide. So what are these learning spaces? A learning space is where you can relate to a topic, you can explore more about the topic, you can understand about the topic and then act on it. So that's why we want to go beyond books and four walls of a classroom to an actual physical space where we can learn, explore, relate, understand and act. Next slide. So we have a two-pronged approach. One is that we are supporting development of roadmaps for climate change education in schools, as well as we are doing pilot learning spaces. The best example is we are going to have first few learning spaces in NMNH museums, and then we are going to maybe disseminate or replicate those spaces in school environments as well or other institutions. Also, in joint consultation with partners like NCERT, it's like the education body of Government of India, we are going to create a roadmap for how climate change education should be promoted at the school level. Next slide, please. These are some details of the learning spaces that we have designed. It starts from learning zone 1 where you experience climate change. That's where virtual reality or videos about climate impacts are very helpful. Then the learning zone 2 is understanding the science and accepting that it's a complex topic. One doesn't need to understand everything about climate change to act on it. And then the third is moving towards action. So what small steps, large steps that school students can take to actually implement climate action. So these are like the three learning zones that we have planned. You start with learning zone 1, 2 and 3. Next slide, please. Actually, this school idea is an extension of our already existing idea of climate change learning spaces for adults. So this is a climate change learning lab that we have established at the Bankers Institute for Rural Development. It's in Lucknow, Uttar Pradesh. It's with the National Agricultural Bank for Rural Development. And it is for professionals, adults who are working in different sectors or even related to climate change, and in this place particularly bankers, where they can go and learn about climate change in a non-stressful or non-classroom based environment. So you have a walkover in the space and you learn about climate change. And again, we are using different types of aids like virtual reality, videos, and there are spaces where you have to just think about what you would do in a particular scenario. So there are games on climate change as well. Next slide. Then we have made a classroom which is depicting the 5 elements of Earth: water, fire on the wall, vertical garden inside the classrooms, roof designed as either, and ventilated rooms on air. Next slide. So we are also supporting a national consultation on climate change and education. And the objective is to identify and recommend topics on climate change and how to learn about those topics. So it's a very detailed, deliberative process. There are already some workshops and consultations that have happened, and we are going to do more of those. and then come up with final recommendations of how to take forward climate education in India. Next slide. So the next steps, sort of just to present that we are in the process of developing 4 regional museums of NMNH, some learning spaces in these. These include Savai Madhopur, Bhopal, Bhubaneswar and Mysore. So these stations will be installed in the existing, they are already existing museums, and these learning spaces will be installed in these museums, and then we will have an iterative process of improving and learning. Just to highlight the SPIPA project that was mentioned by Madam Rotter, has already developed a climate change learning lab at Patna Zoo. So it's the zoological park in the city, and it also has a climate change learning lab. So visitors of the zoo can also learn about climate change. And then we are also developing 3 labs in Gujarat, Kerala and Haryana. These are in different institutions. So in case of Gujarat, it is in the Science City in Ahmedabad. In Kerala, it is in a water museum. It's a very unique museum for water in Kozhikode. And in Haryana, it is going to be at a eco resort kind of thing, which is a forest department owned property. And it's called Thapli Nature Camp, where you can stay as well as learn about climate change, and there are other aspects related to biodiversity as well at the center. So with this, I would like to close the presentation from GIZ, and to give the vote of thanks for this session, I would like to invite my colleague Dr. C.R. Magesh, scientist NMNH, for the vote of thanks. Thank you.
Namaskar and very good afternoon to everyone. It has been an honor to be the part of the team that is working on transformative education as a part of National Mission of Naturalist team. I would like to extend a wholehearted thanks to the Honorable Minister Sri Bhupendra Yadavji, Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Government of India, for gracing this session. Sir, your words are always very encouraging and will motivate all of us, including the school children who are attending this session using the live stream. Thank you so much, sir, for releasing the book, calendar, posters, postcard, and bookmark, as well as the video. We will be making all of them to the future, the message of lifestyle for environment. Thank you so much, sir. I would like to extend thanks to Dr. Namita Prasad, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. Ma'am, you have been with us throughout the process, giving valuable directions and suggestions. We continue to look forward to your leadership in all the activities. Thank you, ma'am, for the support, guidance that you have provided us. A big thanks to Ms. Hannah Reuter, Head Climate, Asia Pacific, Latin America, and Caribbean region, GIZ. Ma'am, we are grateful to GIZ for providing the technical support in developing wonderful interactive exhibitions and developing our own capacities in the process. I would like to extend my thanks to Srimati Naz Razviji, Director, National Museum of Natural History. I have been lucky to have the chance to work with her very closely on some of the most exciting activities on education and extension. She has been spearhead development of new landing space, creative design, and scientific and systematic process to institutionalist capacities. Thank you, ma'am, for your leadership, and I look forward to more exciting activities that are planned for lifestyle for environment. My heartfelt thanks to Jai Kumar Gauravji, Senior Advisor GIZ, for explaining the landing space. I would also like to thank, who are not present physically here, the school children, teachers and school authorities who have joined virtually, with whose involvement nothing is impossible, officers of colleagues such as Ashwinji and Gayatriji, who has worked with me tremendously for this project. And finally, I thank the NMNH staff, and I hope you all take forward the message of lifestyle of the environment through our beautiful product. Thank you once again. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is a session on India's climate-friendly sustainable lifestyle, transformational solutions towards sustainable consumption pathways, circular economy, and creating a low-carbon society. Joining us, we have Madam Ruchika Daral, Deputy Secretary, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. Mr. Binay Jha, Director, Clean India Mission, Swachh Bharat Mission, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, Government of India. Mr. Arvind Bodhankar from Dalmia Cement. Mr. Sudhir Kumar, Advisor, Niti Aayog. And Mr. Patrick Bucher, Specialist Planner, GIZ International, GIZ GmbH. Sustainable consumption patterns, reduction of plastic and management of waste are priority areas for Government of India, and it is already reflected in various policies and programs, including the National Resource Efficiency Policy, Ban on Single-Use Plastic, EPR, and the Clean India Mission. Although our per capita resource consumption is still quite low, between 1980 and 2009, the total material consumption has increased by 184%, making India the third largest consumer of materials. This side event is focusing on India's climate-friendly sustainable lifestyle solutions at the national level and going down to the local level. And we are going to explain how these initiatives contribute to the transition towards a circular economy and help in India meeting its climate goals. This side event will showcase achievements as well as different measures that are being implemented by various institutions and programs in India. To begin with, as an example, I would like to share a brief presentation about one of the projects we are implementing. It's called Waste Solutions for a Circular Economy in India. It's a project funded by the NAMA facility, which is a multi-donor fund, including the German government, European Union, Danish government, British government, and the Children Investment Fund. This project has been in operation since 2020, September 2020, and next slide, please. Next slide, please. Yeah, thank you. So the key areas and work priorities of this project include behavioral change for low carbon waste management. As part of this initiative, we are aiming to reach around 11.9 million citizens directly in promoting source segregation at the household level. Already it is a part of the Clean India mission, but we are helping in accelerating the adoption of source segregation at the household level. Our aim is that 50% of the households in the cities that we work are implementing source segregation. Although in certain cities it is already at a very high percentage. We have created multiple awareness events, around 100 of them already, and we are already observing a behavioral change in the 5 pilot cities where we are working. In addition to source segregation, we are promoting home composting as well as community composting in the city of Bangalore, Trichy, Varanasi, and the state of Goa. On the technology side, we are promoting composting, biomethanation, refuse-derived fuel, material recovery facilities, followed by recycling. The aim of all these 4 technologies, these are the selected technologies in the project. All these 4 technologies have a lot of climate change mitigation impact, because when you process waste through any of these technologies, you avoid landfilling of waste and emissions, methane emissions. In addition, we are focusing a lot on capacity building of stakeholders, including the urban local body officials, starting from the sanitation workers, as well as there is a big component on capacity building of the informal sector, so that they can become part of the formal waste value chain and support in source segregation, composting, material recovery facility, and recycling. The last component of the project, 4th component of the project, is an innovative financial mechanism called a risk sharing facility, which provides loan guarantees to waste sector entrepreneurs, because they face a lot of challenge in accessing loans from conventional financing institutions. So just sharing an example of this project, which is also promoting circular economy, sustainable consumption, and helping in creating a low carbon society. All these activities in a way also contribute to the LIFE mission, and you would see the 75 suggestions that have been provided by the LIFE mission including many of these activities related to low carbon waste management. Now, I would like to invite Ruchika Dral ma'am, Deputy Secretary, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, to give her a special address. Welcome.
Thank you, Gaurav, and all the learned delegates on the dais and in front of the dais. It is my absolute pleasure to be speaking on this important subject of waste management, circular economy, and low carbon society. Since morning we have been talking about the life mission, that is the lifestyle for environment. However, this particular session focuses on the transformational solutions that are really the pathways towards the circular economy and low carbon society. Sustainable consumption is, as we all understand, is key to the development or the sustainable development of some of the emerging economies of the world. And it has actually led to a lot of problems also. The development, the development aspirations and the needs of the society have actually resulted in unprecedented impacts on the environment and the resulting changes in climate. As Jay mentioned, India has been one of the lowest per capita consumers of energy and material historically. However, as we go towards our development aspirations, we expect to increase our consumption of energy as well as material. However, we are committed to do that in a responsible and environment friendly manner, which is very much reflected in the mission life that we have launched for the world. The challenges of climate change and environmental degradations are actually the consequences of the unmindful and unmindful consumption and the choices and the linear patterns of production and consumption. Therefore, the life mission focuses on preserving and protecting the environment, and it also intends to do that in a very democratic manner where each of the individual can make a contribution at their own level. The mission as it stands today enlists about 75 actions which cover different aspects of our daily needs. That includes energy, water saving, single-use plastics, sustainable food systems, waste reduction, healthy lifestyles, and e-waste. And this whole concept of reduce, reuse, and recycle is actually the backbone of the circular economy and the low carbon society. The life mission on the same lines is trying to nudge individuals to adopt those principles and go for some of the very simple yet environment friendly and mindful choices in the daily lives. It envisages to create the demand for the low carbon and sustainable products for the society, and at the same time help in trying to meet those demands through production of sustainable products and encouraging that through the governmental policy initiatives. There have been several policies and programs across the ministries of Government of India to promote this sustainable consumption, resource efficiency, and circular economy. Some of the key areas which have been already addressed by Ministry of Environment and Forest and Climate Change have been done through the 6 waste management rules that have been published by the ministry, that covers municipal solid waste, e-waste, biomedical waste, hazardous waste, construction and demolition waste. And in addition to these policies, the ministry is also considering to come up with the standards and rules for end-of-life vehicle and a tire also. And the rules basically that I enlisted emphasize on the citizens' involvement in management and segregation of the solid waste. all the bulk waste generators are required to implement their decentralized waste management facilities to ensure that there is no harmful impact on the environment. Parallelly, the extended producer responsibility is a very important initiative that has been associated with the plastic and e-waste management rules. Under these EPR mechanism, the producers, importers and brand owners are mandated to support the recycling and environment friendly management of the waste that they are inducing into the whole ecosystem. And the annual targets and the performance and compliance to all these wastes is being monitored by the ministry through the online portal, and we expect to extend this extended producer responsibility mechanism to some of the other waste streams also. On this platform, I'll take this opportunity to thank my colleagues from the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs for spearheading a very successful solid waste management drive across the country through the flagship scheme of Swachh Bharat Mission, or Clean India Mission that we call. The Clean India Mission has supported the urban local bodies and the private sector to get involved in the management of the solid waste and meet the requirements set forth through the rules. Additionally, all these practices for the responsible management of waste has resulted in a corresponding reduction of greenhouse gas emissions, which would have happened if that waste would have been dumped in the landfills in the form of methane emissions. So, covering all these tenets of management of available resources and eliminating what is not required, there have been several initiatives at the national level, and India is proudly one of the top recyclers of waste in the world, and so far we have been extensively doing that through our informal sector, and going forward we hope to formalize this whole process and do it in a better and efficient manner. And India traditionally has been home to very sustainable and resource efficient traditions and daily lifestyles. So we have several opportunities to offer to the world and help them change their behavior towards a more sustainable, climate resilient and responsible lifestyle, which have been traditionally embedded into our culture. So we urge all the individuals at their individual levels to get associated with the life movement, that is the lifestyle for environment, and try to bring in small yet meaningful changes in the everyday choices they make with respect to their own lifestyles. So I would want to end my address with these words, and we look forward to involvement of each individual community and the country in this global movement, which is directed towards the preservation of our only planet. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am, for a very inspiring and informative address and highlighting the various initiatives that are being spearheaded by MOEFCC, and also briefly mentioning about Mahua's initiatives. So now I would like to invite Mr. Vinay Jha, Director, Swachh Bharat Mission or Clean India Mission, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, to give his special address focusing on the Swachh Bharat Mission and its contribution to sustainable lifestyles and climate change mitigation. Welcome, sir. Please upload the presentation.
Thank you, Jay, and all the present distinguished guests here. On behalf of Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs and dealing with the Swachh Bharat Mission initiative, as Deputy Secretary MOEFCC just highlighted, that how the policy is being converted into action. So the Ministry of Environment creates a policy, and bringing into action is the responsibility of the urban local bodies. So the Swachh Bharat mission, the Clean India mission, is one of the initiative taken by our Honorable Prime Minister. It is now running into 8th year of its mission. Next slide, please. So this mission started in 2014, with a very noble objective of making the country as an open defecation. क्या बोल रहे? So the initial target was to make our country open defecation, as this was the requirement of the time. So now we can say with proud that by 2019, all rural population and the urban population, it is free from open defecation. We have created 10 crores of toilet, 100 million toilet in the whole country, in the urban and rural areas. And the another major objective was solid waste management. And after this 2019, the mission was taken the shape of Swachh Bharat Mission 2 initiative, where our main objective is to create our cities garbage free. Earlier in the mission 1, it was ODF, now it is the GFC. So what is GFC? How we can say our cities, it's a garbage free. 100% door-to-door collection every day. It's a door-to-door collection from cities, segregated collection from household, and scientific solid waste management, processing of the waste, and all the remediation of all our dump site. These are some of the main areas which focuses in making our cities GFC. So what is the waste scenario in India? Today, we are generating approximately 1.5 lakh ton of solid waste every day. And out of that, 93.8% is getting collected and 73% is being processed. Still, we are 27% less than the 100% processing. So what we have to achieve by 2026, we have to achieve the target of 100% processing. We started from 16% processing in 2014-15, and now it is 73%. If we see, this is the hierarchy and the circular economy principle which is embedded in our Swachh Bharat mission's action. So segregation at source, composting and biomethanation. In the first phase, we adopted biomethanation practices. Right now in our country, approximately 40,000 tons capacity of biomethanation is there in the whole country. And 15,000 ton is for, TPD is for biomethanation. Gradually, as our cities are segregating waste, we are moving towards biomethanation. And again, for the dry waste, there is a material recovery facility. We have the capacity of approximately 45,000 tons per day processing of MRF in our country. So I'll just show what exactly is the capacity, as I told that this is the converting thoughts into action. So we have 30,000 tons compost plant, 15,000 tons this biomethanation plant. So approximately 45,000 tons we are doing with out of the 75,000, 45,000 is from these two processes. And these are the dry waste processing plants. We have operational approximately 2,028 plants and approximately 45,000 tons. Our target is, in India, there is 4,800 cities nowadays. So our target is to create, at least in the smaller town as well, at least one MRF in all towns. So these are some of the, according to the requirement of the cities, kind of MRF is being fitted. If suppose the city is of million plus, then automated MRF. If it is less than, it's a 100,000 to million, it's a semi-automated. So all kind of designs are available according to the requirement of the cities. Apart from this, we are also doing this C&D processing facility. Right now, we have approximately 15,000 tons of C&D waste processing capacity, and additional 15,000 tons we are creating for the whole country. And we have calculated all our NCAP city. NCAP city is, as MOEFCC has declared, 122 cities. We have further gone 122 plus some more than 500,000 population. We are we are installing one C&D plant in all cities. And the plastic waste, as it was told, that plastic waste management, plus all our states have enforced the plastic ban notification. Yes, it is not fully implemented. Gradually, it is picking up through capacity building and awareness generation. But now its action is on proper direction. That these SUP bans have been created, and it's have been notified, and the fines is being imposed. And in all our measurement, all our we are also measuring how cities are effectively working on this. Next comes this. This was for the action on the day-to-day waste being generated. So what we are doing with our old legacy? We have a legacy dump site of approximately 16 crore tons. It will be approximately 160 million tons. 160 million tons spread over 2,200 cities. That we have to remove, and this has captured mostly the valuable land of 15,000 acres under this legacy dump site. So what we are doing, we are our target is in the SBM2 Clean India Mission 2. We have taken action to remove all the dump site. The action, it's very rapidly in all our country, the cities are adopting this. The landfills are being created into urban lungs. So these are some of the completed landfills and the places and ongoing landfills. And this is one of the component what we have financed also. As these things directly affect the GHG emission. So by achieving this 74% of this waste processing, our GHG emission is cumulatively, it has reduced by 17.42 million tons. And it is the target by 2030, it has potential to reduce 101 million tons of CO2 annually from municipal solid waste and landfill sites. So this is all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. That was a very informative presentation and highlighting how India is sort of reducing the emissions from the municipal solid waste management sector, as well as creating livelihoods and creating a cleaner environment around us. Now I would like to invite Mr. Arvind Bodhankar. He is from Dalmia Cement, representing the private sector, and will be presenting on business models for circular economy.
Thank you, Jay, and good evening. Thank you, GIZ. I got a very small presentation, 10 slide. I have been given 10 minutes to present. Yeah, next slide, please. Yeah, okay. This one, green one. So this is the definition of circularity. All of you would say, "Arey yaar, Arvind, ye kya bata rahe ho aap?" Everybody knows this definition, but there is a story behind it. And a few years back, I was working as a chief sustainability officer for one of the largest automobile company, Tata Motors, and Alan MacArthur, who founded this term, who coined this term, circular economy. They approached me and Arvind, we would like to work with you on circular economy. And I said, what is the circular economy means? So they say, we can either extend the life or we can recycle this thing. I said, all of this we are already doing. In fact, this is in the DNA of the Indian people. The shirt which I am wearing, I think 4 years back I had purchased this. And just because now I have gained the weight, I may have to throw it. But I'm sure when I try to throw it, my wife will give it to somebody else, who collects the old clothes, and either he will have a reuse or they will cut something into make some bags out of it, and then again use it, and finally somebody will use for cleaning his car or something, and eventually somebody will burn it into the chulhas and take out the energy value out of it. So that's there in the DNA of the Indian people, and we need not have to teach about how to extend the life or how to make the best use of the natural resources we have. But the point is that then when I heard Alan MacArthur people for some time, I realized that what these people are talking is, it makes sense, organizing everything together. While we have everything is in unorganized manner. Sir presented that almost 73% of waste is being recycled, but that's also in a very unorganized manner, and it has to be organized. And that's what 8-10 points which I have put up over here, which needs to be organized. There is a lot of support required from industry, trade association, government side, and I am going to take the advantage of Ruchika madam and also Vinay sir, who they are sitting over here. Some of the policy things which as a sustainability professional, when I want to drive in either steel industry or cement industry or the automobile industry, these are absolutely necessary. So circular economy is nothing but, how long you can use the product. Just try and, do not consume the fresh product or the virgin material. Now coming to the Indian economy, and some of the numbers Jay has already shared. We are poised to be a 5 trillion economy. Our Prime Minister has said that by 2025 we want to be. Even if it is not 2025, 1 year here and there, we will be there. The consumption per capita is lowest, of course, 5.5 tons among the OECD nations. But there exists a CE opportunity of almost $0.5 trillion. And globally, this opportunity is much larger, that is 4.5. And we must tap this opportunity. That's what I feel. Now, some of the actions, what we require to tap this opportunity is, first thing which is very important is create the awareness among the people. The awareness is not there, within the industrial sector I'm talking about. Individual, yes, we do have. Some awareness has to be there, like source segregation and all, which needs to be done. There has to be a commitment. Each of the organization has to commit that we want to reduce our fresh raw material consumption from here to here, and that's essential. 27% of the top 100 companies, listed companies, only disclose their targets on circular economy. Now, balance 73% and all the other industry also needs to disclose the target. Circular economy has to be a part of their KPI or the performance what they are giving. All of you know that in last year in Glasgow, our Prime Minister said that we will be carbon neutral by 2070. Now, one of the levers for becoming a carbon neutral is circular economy, and there stands an opportunity of almost 20% if we recycle the material. And that's great. When I talk at the end what Dalmia Cement has done, you will realize that, yes, there stands an opportunity. Some more actions which we need is national level circular economy framework is required. There has to be a standardized operating. Now different companies are saying that, my circular economy, the waste recycling is this much. Somebody else is saying, so there is no standard across the industry, so that standardization has to be there, benchmarking has to be there. Whether it is a global player, whether it is an Indian player, the benchmarking has to be there. The most important thing is supporting policies are required. Now policies, I'll talk a little later about it. And on the technology side, we need to have the indigenized technology. We don't have to be dependent on the developed world for supplying technology because it's very expensive. We need to have sharpen our learning curves as fast as possible. We need to learn, and we need to increase the spending on investment. On the governance side, within the company, the performance has to be reviewed by the CEO and none other than the CEO. If the focus of CEO is there, then only there is a possibility that people who are working over there may get sensitized, and my boss is looking at this, so I must also be looking at this. And the KPIs has to be integrated with the senior management people within the organization. Like if I am held responsible for certain things, definitely I am going to deliver. If my boss is asking, or if my boss has asked me to go and present at the COP, I came over here. I had no other choice than to come over here. So if boss is asking, I had to do, and boss is always right. So it has to be integrated with the KPIs. And then unless and until there is a market demand for the recycled product, nobody is going to get motivated about it. So market demand, how it will come? You need to have eco-labeling. You need to have premium for circular economy, and CE has to be included into school children, so that like you people are doing, if circular economy is included and people, if the kids understand that the circular products are essential, they start demanding circular product. I'm sure this is going to have a better this thing. Now the same thing quickly, I have segregated industry-wise and also as far as the government and the trade association side. So on the operation side, what we need to do is waste to energy, waste heat recovery, those kind of things are essential. On the water side, it should be zero discharge. So make sure that all the organizations which are there try to be zero discharge and no water is going out. Because water is also precious. While raw material is precious, water is also precious, and we need to make sure that the raw material is, the water is recycled. Similarly, every company should commit that we should be a zero waste to landfill site. Now, on the product and services side, design for circularity, the product, and I was a part of Tata Motors. We designed the design for environment. The vehicle which was there, I'm very proud that when I left that company, 85% of our trucks were recyclable, except the glass and the batteries. Now, glass requires a lot of energy to recycle, that's why it was not recycled. But otherwise, and battery being a hazardous waste, the outer plastic, yes, it used to be recycled, but the internal components and all otherwise every component of the truck was getting recycled, and today I think 90% of the truck is getting recycled. Then of course we need to have repair, reuse, recycle, all 5 hours, 7 hours nowadays. N number of hours are there, and we can all are important, but the extension of life has to happen. Somebody has to reuse that material, that can be there. Culture is very important. Culture has to be a leadership driven, as I mentioned. It should be a CEO led initiative. Employee engagement is also very essential, because unless and until you have engaged employee, you can't drive the circular economy. And finally, governance has to be there. Board has to review this. Whatever initiatives you are taking has to be, then only there will be a sensitivity around it. Circular input, we can have in cement industry, all of you know that we have been using a lot of fly ash, a lot of gypsum, a lot of slag, bauxite residue, and in my own company, the 60% of the, rather 80% of the product is manufactured by the recycled material. And I am very proud to say that 80% of my revenue comes from the product which is recycled. Only 20% of the cement which I produce is made up of virgin material. So that it has to be there. In steel industry, we of course need to have automobile scrap going in. And in automobile industry, again, when I was a part of Tata Motors, our subsidiary company Jaguar Land Rover had already put up a recycled aluminum engine, which was there. And my own peer company Hindalco had worked with them, Novelis had worked with them, and we had developed this engine over there. In the sugar factory, in the chemical side, when we do the sugar factory, a lot of from the effluent, you need to recover the you have an opportunity to recover the ingredients, and we can use it on the product and product as a service, I would say. When I say product as a service, we should start car rental services, furniture rental services, those kind of things can help, and we can share that. Earlier the thing was that no, I'm a elite person, I need to own a car. So car sharing, carpooling, those kind of things were considered, no, that's not something which I should be doing, or I will not do that. So that has to be developed. And product life extension, which is almost essential. We need to repair that. Few people don't repair, and few people, almost everybody don't repair. Even in India nowadays, we have seen the culture of use and throw. Earlier days, I remember we used to stitch the shirts, and till the time end of the complete academic year, we never used to change the shirt. So extension of life is almost essential. Now, some of the actions from government and trade association side, I am saying that they need to work on ecosystem. And remind me about the time, so tell me. And so first thing is policies, then measurement framework has to be there. Whatever is measured can be improved. So you need to measure essentially circular economy. Unfortunately, that measurement is not there. I am working with FICCI and Accenture to develop that mechanism. I am also on the committee of FICCI's Committee of National Committee on Circular Economy, and we are working on it. There has to be incentives and policies. Those who are doing good job, they should be incentivized. Those who are not doing a good job should be penalized. Investment has to come. There has to be a collaboration within industry, within trade association. We have seen that people are operating in silos and they don't collaborate. There has to be sharing, and there has to be a digital market. So like we tried this initiative few years back, but it's not getting that much successful. Few private players are also there. But if ministry or trade associations are taking it a digital platform, that I have got this material lying as a waste, this can be a raw material for somebody else. So that will be a very useful thing we can make. Cement industry has done a lot in circular economy. Cement industry is on a lighter note considered as a scavenger, and almost every waste which is coming is using cement. And sir is here. I can tell you, sir, C&D waste, we need to do a lot of work. There is a potential. We have been trying to use C&D waste in the cement industry. So there we can wasted recovery and all. Of course, the Indian cement industry is much ahead of the global cement player. The energy footprint of our energy and carbon footprint is much lower as compared to the other player. I represent a company, Dalmia. We have been practicing all these things. I don't want to tell you, you can refer to it. But we are the first company, first heavy industry, in fact, who has committed that carbon neutral by 2040. And I'm proud to say that in last 3 years, we have achieved almost 10% reduction on the baseline, which nobody else could have done. CDP has recognized my company as the most carbon efficient company that CDP has already certified. Now, some of the specific actions, since Madam is from MOUF, this is my last slide, and Vinayji is from the urban local body. So hazardous waste management, so there is a right now restriction on transboundary movement. Once you cannot transport it from one state to another state, then there is a prerequisite requirement from MOU from the cement plants that should be, for a red industry has to, there should be a prerequisite that every company has to send it to the cement industry. Then waste management hierarchy has to be changed. Co-processing has to be put on the top of the this thing. Digitization I already talked about. Collection and development of biomass. So we need to, like somebody was mentioning in the morning about the parali or the stubble burning. So there has to be an organized effort taken that this parali has to be, cement industry is ready to use this. Urban local body, right now the eligibility criteria, cement industry doesn't fit into that. But on the same side, what you mentioned about 73%, I am sure most of that municipal solid waste is consumed by the cement industry. And cement industry is ready to take entire waste if properly processed and segregated. So cement industry should be given a preference and they should qualify. And also, as far as RDF is concerned, cement industry should be given a priority into that. So cement industry is ready to take everything. My product is almost 80% from the recycle. I have a plan to go by 2035, 100% product has to be made from cement, this thing. And we are committed for carbon neutral. Let me take a pause over here. If there are any questions, we'll take later on. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Arvind, and quite a lot of initiatives you mentioned, as well as a lot of recommendations for the policy makers. Now I would like to invite Mr. Sudhir Kumar. He's advisor Niti Aayog. For those who don't know Niti Aayog is like the think tank of the Government of India. And I invite you, sir, for your address.
Yeah, good afternoon. It's quite a long day. And distinguished guests here, my co-panelists and ladies and gentlemen. I would be giving the kind of for 10 minutes in 3 parts. First is how we circular economy connect to COP agenda. Another will share a kind of video for around 2.5 minutes for the kind of recycling industry looks like in India, and that to the organized one, because a lot of recycling happens in the unorganized sector. And through the visuals you will understand, means gather a perspective how it looks like, what the challenges might be. And thereafter I'll be touching upon what India kind of directions we have been taking in circular economy in last 2.5 years, and that too mainly in the COVID period. And thereafter I would be concluding. So it's something, the COP agenda is on the mitigation and the adaptation. It says the COP, this, while we are sitting here, bold and immediate actions on mitigations. And beyond, on the adaptation, it says beyond the global goals on adaptation, COP27 should witness enhanced global agenda for adaptation. So it's something, it's not something what we have already agreed, maybe we have to go beyond that. It again says on the finance part that has to build trust. And circular economy, if we go by the, the kind of understanding we have, it's not a default situation. Circular economy by Ellen MacArthur, it says it has to be by design. So if something is to be designed, then there is role for some conceptualization, some strategy. And where we came in the whole process, because our circular economy operates in different segments, and the industry operating, they always say where should I go to resolve my problems, either regulatory one or the developmental one. So that has been the biggest challenge, and that we tried to attempt in the last 2.5 years. So this agenda and some of the another key features of circular economy relates to it's a new way of creating value, and it's something restorative by design, and it integrates the waste perspective and the material circularity perspectives. So the whole focus last 20-30 years has been on the waste side, hazardous waste. But when we see from the material circularity, what we say that we have to use our resources more efficiently, then this circular economy perspectives integrate both of these. And here the SDG 14, that couples the two different dimensions. One is the sustainable production and the sustainable consumption. The whole life initiative on the sustainable consumption, that is lifestyle from the environment, that is from the, say, more from the consumption perspective. But what about the sustainable production? And if we have to look around the possibilities for having sustainable production, then I think the principles of the circular economy, if we adopt, then there is a possibility that we can go more towards sustainable production. So with these words, I'll just say to share This is a video shared by one of the industry who does the recycling for the waste batteries, and another the waste wires and extracting the copper. Around only 10% of the recycling for these products happen in the organized sector. Another largely it happens in the unorganized. As my friend told that except the batteries, we did recycled everything. But now there are this extended producers responsibilities for the batteries also, and hopefully we'll be switching over to more and more organized recycling, currently somewhere from 10% to 14% in next 3 to 4 years, based on the kind of responsibilities entrusted to the batteries recyclers. So this video, it's what it just want to emphasize that the end of life products and the post-consumption waste, consumer waste or whatever, are the biggest challenges to environment, and where the recycling industry comes in to tackle all these twin issues: end of life items and the post-consumption waste. So I happened to visit to this industry also a couple of days back. I also had a short video at these all are batteries. So this is all what it looks like: recovery of the copper and the recovery of the lead from the waste batteries. And lead being very carcinogenic, and say these units are also subject to the pollution standards and the practices adopted therein. And like I'll be just switching over to what we did last 2.5 years. Frankly speaking, we were also not using this circular economy terminology or the policy directions what it can before 2018. With GIZ, we did couple of projects and the kind of perspective the EU is taking around the circular economy. And we were also a little more focused around the waste perspective and utilization of the waste for through recycling. But in say 2020, sometime in April 2020, when the COVID also got set in, we constituted 11 committees in the Niti Aayog, and the idea was to have some kind of conceptualization, but the implementation and the larger perspective is to be developed by the respective ministries. We did something for the lithium. These were not only for the existing waste systems, but the new emerging waste systems like lithium ion batteries, that will be again a coming up challenge, and the solar panels, agri waste, used oil waste, toxic hazardous waste, end of life of vehicles. That's what we call the scrappage policy, tires and rubbers. So these sectors we try to identify what kind of circular economy initiatives can be taken and what kind of regulatory and the developmental measures will be required to make that operational. So that was the whole exercise that was done by different ministries, and they came up with a kind of action plans broadly bucketed into the kind of regulatory actions. And the regulatory instrument in these cases has been the extended producer's responsibility. And the extended producer's responsibility basically links the kind of end of life challenges of the products of the companies, as well as how they can be made more responsible towards their end of life products. So based on these recommendations and the uh, Ministry of Environment, they have come up with the different EPRs, like for plastics, for the tires, for the batteries also currently, and the revision in the e-waste rule. Now the e-waste rules, the scope has been enlarged quite a lot currently this year, as well as there has been some new perspective, new dimensions in the EPR also, that's relate to the not only the collection targets, but the recycled content utilization targets also. So say for example in batteries, they will be required to utilize the up to 30% of the recycled content over a period of time. That has to gradually go up also. So these are the new innovative, not innovative, I would say progressive ideas that have been built into the EPR system that we are trying to adopt, along with a strong digital dimension, like everything EPR responsibilities and their and the fulfillment of the EPR obligation, that will be done through a very strong digital backbone through the platform, and so that the regulatory burdens are minimum. But going forward, this is a very evolving kind of environment, and nothing is static, either in terms of regulations or in terms of the facilitative measures required to make the circular economy operational in some of these selected areas. So as and when the challenges will be arising, we'll be attempting them, so that the circular economy business models, they can work through the business models and more through the less regulatory burdens with more innovation, and they all support the all COP objectives of less mitigation and the adaptation, so that have lesser environmental footprint by these production systems. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I have a request to the dignitaries on the dais. As part of one of the projects called Institutionalizing Capacities on Climate Change, we organized a climate dialogue series that included several dialogues on circular economy as well. and Ruchika ma'am has been part of many of those dialogues as well. So we have published the summary of the dialogue series in a form of a small booklet, which I request the dignitaries to launch. I am just distributing. So thank you for launching the publication, and now I request my colleague Patrick to summarize the event as well as give his closing remarks. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Thanks, Jay. Yes, what an interesting hour it has been. So I was aware about some developments in terms of circular economy in India, but I wasn't really quite aware about the entire scale of the latest developments. So I'm really impressed, I have to say, as well, taking into account the sheer size and number of population you have. So actually, then getting control over circular economy is actually a rather large endeavor. So I'm really impressed. So, honorable panelists, dear distinguished guests, I think we are all aware of the really negative effects of untreated municipal solid waste. So we've heard about water pollution, we've heard about air pollution, greenhouse gas emissions. My background is actually I'm an air pollution scientist. So that was the first time I came to India as well in 2006. And ever since I've seen, of course, there are more and more people now who produce waste, but I have actually seen over the last years especially a lot of signs of these of the recycling facilities. So there is definitely a very good momentum going there. So that's really great. And I should mention as well one thing. We've had a lot of talk during this COP already about methane. And the waste and wastewater sector is approximately contributing 20% to the methane problem, so to speak. So it is rather important as well from a climate perspective, really, to get control on this air pollutant, as well because it's a precursor for ozone, which again has negative effects on human health and agricultural productivity. So I'm really very pleased to hear what's going on in India. And we have to implement, and you've shown how to do that, a low-carbon waste management solution. We have heard about quite a few measures and techniques. Single-use plastics should be banned or replaced. Composting has been promoted, biomethanation, material recovery facility, and recycling, and so on. So it's really great to hear all this. And the good thing as well is that it's a good job creator, and I think that is something when we look at Germany, for example. So by now there are about 200,000 people working in the waste sector. So if I scale that up to your population, it could be more than 3 million people working in the waste sector, you know, and I'm talking about formal jobs in the future. So there's really a great potential. And we've learned that one of the really important things is that we have to start, all of us, to segregate waste at the household level. Again, I think I could probably quickly describe what has happened over the last decades in Germany, my native Germany. So I remember when I was growing up as a child in the 1970s, people started to talk about maybe separating paper, maybe a little bit of plastic, and then, you know, in the 80s there were the first bins for recyclables, and by now really we are recycling a large majority of our waste. And I have to say, it wasn't always plain sailing, so we needed as well some incentives. So for example, today, if you have you know, water bottles, like you can see over here as well in the plenary, you know, water bottles, you get, for each water bottle you return, you get some small money in Germany. So there is not a single water bottle sold where you don't get a deposit on. So it's really, you know, you have to incentivize this in a way. We have a great second-hand market as well coming up, and it's really great to see that especially this source segregation is now part of the Swachh Bharat mission, or the Clean India mission. So it's really great to see and to hear that. And it's as well good to hear that the plastic waste management rules in India have also adopted now the extended producer responsibility framework, which is fantastic. I think it's a big step. And you banned as well the manufacture, import, stocking, distribution, sale and use of identified single-use plastic items from July 1st, 2020 on. So, I mean, this is such a big step, really, for India, and I think this is really something to celebrate. So it's great. We've heard as well that the waste quantities are still expected to increase, and that the waste management sector is having problems as well often in financing measures, and financing really a kind of, let's say, you know, good approach, a concerted approach to waste management, and there are always or often perceived risks in the business models of the waste management companies, and it's really great to hear as well there that the NAMA facility funded Waste Solutions for a Circular Economy in India project that GIZ is organizing along with the Small Industries Development Bank of India, SIDBI. They're piloting a risk-sharing facility to provide debt guarantee to municipal solid waste management sector entrepreneurs. And we are really delighted as well to hear that the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs and the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change are partner ministries for this NAMA project, and really for this innovative financing mechanism, which is, I think, making a big, you can tell already now, is making a big difference. The draft National Resource Efficiency Policy, NREP, of the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change is also a pioneering effort that will ensure adoption of circular economy approaches across sectors. And like we heard already from our distinguished panelists, the attainment of a net zero energy system of India is a technically feasible target. So we've heard it from the industry as well today, which is really great. But the transition in achieving this is quite challenging. So we need a behavioral change, and we need to essentially require a change in the way people live. So what we are doing here, you know, it's called a lifestyle for environment. The new slogan, LIFE, I think is exactly this. So we have to change, or to basically persuade people to change the way they live and they use and manage the resources. So all of this together, I think, shows us that India is on a great way, and I'm really very impressed about this. And on behalf of the organizers and the GIZ, I would really like to thank the panelists here. Many thanks for your time and for the input. It has been really interesting. Thank you so much. And thank you. I think we close here now, and I wish you all a really, a nice evening. Enjoy the warmth. Thank you. Thanks. Thank you. I really learned a lot today, so it was really good. So for me, very interesting.
Chair told me to reduce the slides.
Yeah.